So first pair of cars going to roll into the water box. We'll start it off with Brad Owens here in the Bel Air over in the TCS lane. It'll be Nick Ribello and the NFG Welding Regal over in that Lordco lane. We're still waiting on safety crews, so I think clear things up at the top end before we get things fully underway, and we'll be able to get things up and running here at the titanium strip shortly for first round qualifying. Burnout's complete as we get set to start up our first pass here of the morning, which will lead, of course, into the afternoon. Wheels up launch for Brad Owens as Nick Ribello bumps through the beams. And as they get towards the top end, we're going to make that call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman. We need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. I mean, Super Pro, you're going to be on standby. Chris Held takes off in the Nova, racing down Northgraves in the other Nova. It's the older Nova to get there first. 71 beats out 77 as Chris Held runs through a 9.208, 144 miles an hour. That brings up Glenn Martin in the Vega to race Walter Johnson's Chevelle. Trouble setting in for Glenn Martin right out of the hitch as he's going to pull things over to the left side of the racetrack. Walter Johnson on a free pass. 11.233, 119 miles an hour. As Glenn Martin's car loses power the second he gets on the throttle. Wisely pulls it off to the side, though. So start line crew going to push him back and out. We'll get set to continue on our way. While it's quiet, I want to once again reiterate that call. We have called Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6, and Super Pro, Rad Torque System Super Pro, you are on standby. So we'll bring up Richard Love in the SS Motorsports Reflections Guest Housing S10 to race Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center machine out of Sumas, Washington. Matt Warner turns on the red bulb. It doesn't matter so much, though, here in qualifying, as Richard Love will put the S10 through with a 10.467, 126 miles an hour. Warner goes 11.486 at 116. We'll bring up Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. We'll be racing Ray Bollinger in the A&A Custom Brokers, JustMechanicalTestandTune.com Pontiac out of Maple Ridge. Bollinger clocks in at 10.465, 125 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 13.139 at 110. That ran Cassie Tippy in the Nova wagon over here at TCS side. We'll race Rob Monroe Jr. in the SD Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions Horizon Autobody 1969 Acadian. Racing out of Surrey for both of these racers, so 40 minutes up the highway, about maybe an hour at this point from Mission. I think an Abbotsford time for these distance estimates on the highway. Both drivers away on green balls. Rob Monroe 038 on the tree. Cassie Tippy was a 136 as Rob Monroe runs through the 10.690, 124 miles an hour Lordco lane. TCS lane goes 11.889 at 113. Brings up Veronica Hodgson and Ralph Ehlers in the LS Stang. Veronica Hodgson goes to the number 1 qualifier spot with an 8,000th of a second reaction time. Ralph Ehlers puts down a 10.617, 126 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson in the Dart goes to 12.324 at 109. Brings up Chris Stone in the Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart. Racing Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. Rose red by 6,000 a second. Ross Walker knocking down the tree. 0.0004. Almost a quad zip for Ross Walker. 9.999, 132 miles an hour for Ross Walker. Chris Doe ran 9.97 with an 8 at 132. We'll bring out Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2 to race for Rich Dyes, the Transporters Logistics Nova. $2,000s on the tree for Daryl Tippy. TCS side will get there first. 10.634, 125 miles an hour. Rich Dyes with an 11.256 at 118. So this track looking competitive here this Sunday morning as Jenna Dobson brings up the Ron's Engine Machine Malibu to race Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. $17,000s red for Jenna Dobson. TCS side, Dustin Hunter runs through with a 9.09 with a 5, 149 miles an hour. Jenna Dobson a 10.483 at 126. That'll bring up Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air to race John Barrichello in the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge. Winton and Barrichello side by side up towards that quarter mile. Barrichello gets there first, 11.231, 117 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. Rat Torque System Super Pro. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Super Pro. Come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod, you are on standby. Next up, Randy Klosky. Racing the Chevy Camaro to be racing Lorenz Schwartz. The titanium auto grip up a speed shot Monte Carlo. 4,000ths of a second for Randy Klosky. That's about the 7th driver now in this field here that's ran a 00 with a number on the end of the reaction time in the thousandths. So this is a very competitive field here on Sunday, and that's something that you absolutely love to see. Means we're going to have a good time when it comes down to eliminations later on today. Mal Patterson brings up the Albion Tyler malfunctioning Acadian to race John Tabak of the Rat Torque Systems S10. Grant Gordon will bring up the four-cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart TCS side to race for David Rastad in the Malibu over in that Lordco lane. Continuing our way through Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Qualifier Numero Uno. Rastad carrying the front wheels a little bit there as he'll get to the quarter mile first. 11.956, 108 miles an hour. Grant Gordon, 12.082 at 110. That brings up Ron Walsh in the 1981 Chevy Camaro to race Dustin Brewington in his 99 Camaro. Of course, Brewington made it all the way out to the finals yesterday. 6 now red on the tree for Ron Walsh. Craig Johnson's Oldsmobile Cutlass runs down track along with Sean Lang in the Mach 1 Hustler. So as we wrap up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying, we're going to take on a licensing pass with the Mustang Fox body over here in the TCS lane. Out red on the tree for this licensing pass. And that's not going to make it on the full pull. Chutes deployed. 8.881, 148 miles an hour. We'll bring up Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for their one and only qualifying hits. Once again, we have called Rat Torch Systems Super Pro to lanes 1 through 4. Super Pro lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hot Rod, you are currently on standby. That's second call. Jeff Holman bringing up the Peden Industries GMC pickup to race Eric Hansen's Plymouth. We'll bring Randy Hermsen in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile to be racing Tyler Dobson and the Dead Man Racing Ron's Engine Camaro over in that Lordco lane. See start line crew getting Hermsen a bit further into the groove. As Hermsen and Dobson make their way down track, we're going to make that first call for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Lanes 5 and 6, Hot Rod. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6, Hot Rod, 5 and 6. Lordco Auto Parts, Super Combo. You are on standby for your one and only qualifying hit, as well as the final from yesterday. Krista Loudit bringing up the GMC Jimmy for JS Power Sports and Loudit Racing Titanium Model Group, and Jim Reagan to be racing, driver not yet on file over in that Lordco lane, but it's another GMC Jimmy. Brings up Roland Lowen in the 1955 Meteor against Joanna Rebello's 88 Corvette. Racing out of Pitt Meadows, BC. Bring up a pair of station wagons here. It's old school Cutlass, driven by, well, not quite a Cutlass, driven by Kevin McCauley, though, I can tell you that much. Going up against Scott Wilson. Keep working our way through Vancouver Car Wraps. Super Pro will bring up Sydney Jung into the Malibu over in the TCS lane to be racing Sylvia Hookstons. Of course, Sydney Jung made it into the finals yesterday. Unfortunately, just missed out on taking the Sportsman victory to Tyler Dobson. Keeping our way through the program, Steve Baskerville brings up the Volkswagen Golf and his 2-liter turbo engine once again. Double classing as per the norm here in Pro and Sportsman. Gary Fawcett racing the Plymouth up to the quarter mile as well. That brings up Jim Benke and Ryan Ledrette in the Chevelle from Muffler Tech Automotive. Of course, Jim Benke, typically a runner in Hot Rod and Pro Bracket in his wheel stand in Barracuda. Not so here this weekend, as a couple weeks ago broke his drive shaft on the track and return this week. Thought he had the issues fixed. Turns out, not so. Relegates himself to Sportsman in a bit of a backup car there. Sean Langley brings up the Hustler Mach 1 to race Heather Hornell in the Brady Electrical Stone Speed Shop GMC pickup out of Cultus Lake. Nick Douglas looking to be the last driver up in Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman for the SBB Racing Dart. That's going to move us into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We'll bring up Martin Rochelle in the 1978 Chevy Malibu to race Kelly Voss in the Ron Burgundy Hardtail Dragster. So move our way first into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Lordco Auto Parts, Super Combo. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, you are on standby. Problem set in immediately for Kelly Voss, and the dragster pulls over to the right side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane. Martin Rochelle runs through a 10.087, 130 miles an hour. As Voss going to shut it down, and we're going to shut the cars off as Safe Crew will run out to take a look. That car launched pretty well. Quickly fell apart from there. As mechanical problems set in. We'll be down for a few minutes. We'll be back up underway once we got Kelly Voss clear of the racetrack. So Kelly Voss not appearing to be leaking anything on the racetrack, so they'll simply just pull him up towards the quarter mile, and they'll exit him out through the baby gate where the junior drags typically exit. It's Jan Christensen over here in the El Gringo Nova waiting patiently just under the Lordco Auto Parts spectator bridge with, I believe, Mike Stewart in the Super Chiclet Chevy 2. So the Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chiclet Chevy 2 going to be racing Jan Christensen's Nova. Of course, Christensen took that 1 and then a 2 in races 4 and 5 for the NHRA Summit ET Series. Wasn't able to get to the finals, I don't think, yesterday. Will be trying to go into the finals today to go get a second win on the season. Red for Jan Christensen. Mike Stewart runs with a 9.960, 133 miles an hour. Christensen was an 8.524 at 158. Well, Bram Glenn Kennedy in the Whistling Fish Machine to race John Jenkins. In the West Coast Building Restorations Mackenzie Racing Chevrolet S10 out of Delta. Now red for Jenkins on the tree. Glenn Kennedy runs through at a 9.196, 149 miles an hour. John Jenkins goes 10.746 at 122. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. BC McLeod Super Shifters lanes 1 and 2. BC Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. License and test hits, you are on standby. Kevin Minick will get set to stage up the Ken Specialty Auto Titanium Auto Group Chevrolet to race Dustin Brewington's Camaro. Dead heat, this one towards the top end of the racetrack. 1/10 of a second will go to Kevin McNichol. Runs a 10-second flat with an 8, 134 miles an hour. Brewington runs a 10.130 at 130. Preamp Rick Model, the 1969 Camaro for Stephen Roberts. In the Pitbull Mechanical Repairs Evil Bucket Chevy Roadster. Wheels up high for Stefan Robert as he rips that roadster towards the top end. Rick Model goes 8.508, 161 miles an hour. Robert went an 8.739 at 152. Brings up a pair of S10s. John Tabak, Rad Torque Systems machinery, going up against Richard Love out of Osoyoos in the Reflection Guest House SS Motorsports machine. John Tabak gets there first, 10.410, 127 miles an hour. Richard Love goes 10.479 at 126. We'll bring up Craig Johnson to West Bath. Johnson's Customs exhaust Cutlass over here, left lane, right lane. Hold the Akuma machine, Cal's Associated Tire, Pontiac Firebird. So once again, we have made the call a few times already for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Your class is running now. We are still missing a couple of you. Once again, Hot Rod, we are running you right now. So if you're not in those stage lanes, we're running without you. We've also called up Super Combo and Super Shifters to the lanes. License and test passes, you are all on standby. We're Brad Owens in the Bel Air over in that Lordco lane. Rob Monroe will bring him the SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Auto Body. 69 Acadian out of Surrey. Oh, hello. Brad Owens had that car in reverse. Shot back from the staging beams and will now roll forward on, I think, an obviously aborted run. That could have been nasty, though, as you saw Brad Owens' car make a sudden lurch in the reverse gear. Shockingly, not the first time I've seen that happen. I think the last time I saw a car, though, be in reverse, it was actually one of our Nostalgia Funny cars. It was my first year here. I wasn't even on an announcer. I was on the timing computer. Fired it out for the burning box. Bedded its wheel in the grass bank. Took 40 minutes to dig that thing out. My gosh, the crowd that gathered around that was something else. Bill Hulicki in the Ron's Engine Machine Ford will race Dennis Winget in the Bel Air. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Licensing and testing to lane number 5. License and test. We need you to lane number 5. That means all junior classes, you are on standby. All junior classes, you're on standby. Next pairing up, Mark Bresinger, the out-of-time Nova, to be racing Terry Charles in the Chevrolet, a straight axle Chevrolet. We'll be seeing this machine hopefully out in the gas or getting down in the Langley Loafers later on this summer.
Once again, we have called any drivers looking to make license or test passes up to lane 5. Now, these are races that have an exclusive test and tune card. This is not for, races that just want to get an extra hit in. This is for races that have a testing only card today or are licensing to come on up to lane number 5.
Two 10,000ths of a second, so close to the quad zip. That is the best reaction time I think we've had so far all weekend as Rob Hodgson puts the Plymouth through at 10.778, 123 miles an hour. Sean Langley brings up the Hustler Mach 1 to race Chris Stone's Dodge Dart for Willowbrook Chrysler and Stone Cold Racing. Uh-oh, Chris Stone pulls over to the right-hand side quite abruptly, and that car grinding to a halt just shy of the quarter mile. Just past the quarter mile. That car was on a good launch. But, saw him make a very abrupt pullover to the right and stop that car in a hurry, so something going awry. It's been a weekend of attrition. As I understand, Greg Field has broke. Your number 1 Doorslammer qualifier from yesterday has already broke. We saw Kelly Voss break earlier today, and Glenn Martin broke in pro, and already Chris Stone. You see the door opening up, so he's getting out. That is 3 cars in just not even an hour that have now fallen victim to technical gremlins. See safety crews popping out onto the racetrack to assist Stone in getting the stranded Stone Cold Racing Dart clear. That's a shame. We had Banky being knocked out. Now we've got the other racer, Chris Stone, out. Well, they do like to follow each other a lot. I don't think this is quite what they had in mind, though, when they came out to race this weekend. It's just a hunch. That being said, I know that Banky can sometimes take some things to heart, so I'll ask him some questions when I go and see him in the pits later on today.
So as Randy Hermson takes the winged behemoth down the racetrack, that's going to do it up for Old Car Center Hot Rod and their lone qualifying hit. We'll move into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Warren Jacobson brings up the 67 Chevy 2 to race Brad Vinja in the BNC Racing Camaro. Race is going to be using the 1090 Super Street Index. Warren Jacobson puts in a 10.869. Glenn Ableton starts to work his way back up the racetrack, and I'll also bring up Dan Parsons in the quality of the Racing Dusted race Jerry Epps Mustang. Now, unfortunately, I was looking forward to the Super Combo Final. Of course, they opted not to finish that. The plan was to run the Super Combo Final at the end of this first round of qualifying, and that run would also count as their one qualifying round. Unfortunately, one of those races broke, so that final is not going to be taking place. Instead, the racers have decided to split the pot between the two of them instead of duking it out on the track. So some good sportsmanship there, and not wanting to take an unfair advantage of a driver that isn't able to race for themselves. How does that not get any closer on the tree? 0036 to a 0032, separated by 4 10,000ths on the tree for Parsons and Epp. Jerry Epp gets there first, 10.844 with the 753 miles an hour. Dan Parsons goes 10.961 at 134. Brings up Dean Peterson, the lone driver running the Super Gas Index in the Peterson Family Racing Mustang out of Courtney. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to the lanes, junior dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to lane 3, Lightning to lane 4. Junior Thunder to lane 3, Junior Lightning to lane 4. Martin Rochelle brings up the Malibu to race Robert Love in the Lordco Auto Parts and BDL Auto. Nova, haven't seen that car out in a hot minute. Love to see that Nova, though, back out to play. Whoa, hello. Big walk up the hitch, no throttle stopping games for Robert Love. He just jams with the brakes at the top end. That car running the Super Comp Index. How? I have never seen that before. Robert Love going for the Super Comp Index at the 890. That's typically a dragster time right there that we see these cars running. I thought that was going to be a Super Street Index car. But that'll make eliminations real interesting. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Shifters, we're starting to run your class here in just a couple of seconds. So Super Shifters This is your final call to the staging lanes. Super shifters, we need you in the staging lanes. And we're going to call Junior Street to lane 1. So Junior Street to lane 1. Thunder to 3, Lightning to 4. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. That rolls into the BC Super Shifters as we get set to set them up for their one and only qualifying hit. Heads up for this car over here, TCSI. Watch for those front wheels as it is going to carry them well past the 60 foot. Grant Clone loves to make excellent use of the wheelie bar in the family pride Ford Falcon up against Steve Braithwaite, racing in that Camaro. Oh, not making use of the wheelie bar so much this time around, though. Grant Clone runs the top end, 8.4, 60 to 150 miles an hour. As we mentioned yesterday, Super Shifter is unique in the fact that you're using all 4 appendages. You have to have a clutch-engaged transmission. So you got one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the shifter, 1 foot on the accelerator, 1 foot on the clutch, all the way up to the quarter mile. Rich Graves brings up the El Camino to race against Dale Posnick in the Riff Raff Racing Ford. Never get tired of saying that, Riff Raff Racing. And we're gonna hold these cars up as reports of potentially an alternator down to the right lane. They're gonna run this pair before they go have a look. And the report is actually not an alternator itself, an alternator belt that's sitting in the right lane around that 330-foot mark. As you see a safety crew's going out, just gonna pick that up, carry it off, and that will get us back underway. So we're going to continue to work our way through the BC McLeod Super Shifters category. John DeBoer brings up the Chevy Camaro to race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2 out of Langley. Usually we'd be seeing Keith Winterbottom racing in this category as well, but of course misfortune, to put it mildly, befell him in a couple weeks ago in our Summit ET series. As we continue to advance our way through, Scott Winterbottom puts down a 9200, 141 miles an hour. DePork went 10.356 at 127. That brings up Will Zorick in the Bel Air to race Terry Hoogstens in the 1971 Volkswagen. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. License and test passes. Final call. License and test passes. This is, again, only for cars that have a testing tech card. This is your final call to lane number 5. Next pairing up, after Zorick and Terry Hoogstens, gonna be Pat Byron and Jamie Roth. Chevelle versus Comet. As looks like we might be backing this car out from the stage beams. You have nothing on file yet for this Mustang over here in the TCS lane. Looks like possibly leaking some of those. They're going to push him back and out. That's going to lead us into some license and test passes before we set things up for the junior categories. working through some license test passes, have some safety PSAs to mention. We have a strict 10-mile-an-hour speed limit that we need people to adhere to. That doesn't go for cars. That goes for anything with wheels. That includes electric bikes. Believe it or not, an electric bike can still cause some serious damage to the human body, so we do request that electric bikes go at only 10 miles an hour, tops. And if you're wanting to make your way in and out from the pit area here by vehicle, that is fine. Stick to the fire lane. The staging lanes are for race cars. Last I checked, we don't have an e-bike division at Mission Raceway Park. If we do, it's news to me. I don't think we're running them today, so that's going to be stick to the fire lane. Far end of the racetrack down by the grass. Thank you very much. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. We'll bring up Jackson Dew and Cadence Rodrigue. And hey, Jackson Dew, we still have that photo of your junior dragster here in the tower from about a month ago now. We want to give it to you. You make it hard to get a hold of you. Come on up and visit us up here in the timing tower. We would love to pass this thing down to you. Cadence Rodrigue bring up the mill rod truck body, color compass, Kent Specialty Auto Elite belts, and creative chassis. Junior dragster. We'll bring on Wesley Armstrong in the Fountain Tire Sea to the Sky. Junior dragster to race Alex Green of the Green Bros Racing Junior. So we continue to work our way through in Junior Thunder. Bring up Jack Green over here in that TCS lane. Once again, running under the Green Bros Racing colors. Racing Hunter Galand of the BDL Automotive Super Steve Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Paint, Rocket Conis, or is paint by Rodrigue over in that Lordco lane to race against Jack Green. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. There's a riders meeting at the CMDRA trailer in 5 minutes. CMDRA riders, you have a riders meeting at the CMDRA trailer in 5 minutes. CMDRA riders report to the CMDRA trailer for your riders meeting in 5 minutes. Canada West Doorslammers, your time has come. Bring it up to lanes 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 3 and 4 for your final qualifying hit of the morning. With Peden Dragsters wrapped up, we roll into the Peden Industries Junior Street for their one and only qualifying hits. And following that, we're going to be down for about 5 to 10 minutes or so before we roll into Canada West Doorslammers. So as we go down for track prep here, we're going to be able to roll in the Canada West Doorslammers. Of course, I want to give a shout out to the weekend sponsor, Total Dairy Solutions. One of a dairy farmer's biggest challenges can be gaining access to the cutting-edge expertise they need to keep their business cost efficient despite increasing cost and regulatory restrictions. Total Dairy Solutions provides that critical access. It's what they do. They've developed deep relationships with manufacturers, distributors, and service providers in the industry. Everything from agricultural supply and feed production technology to process design and equipment installation. Utilizing their international network, they'll find the right solution to ensure your operation thrives. TDS Global Solutions, local. The future of dairy farming starts with them. Of course, we also have to thank Winter Harbor Marine and RV, the title sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers Association in 2023. Other sponsors for the class include Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. So with Doorslammers about to make their run, that means CMDRA Street. You are going to be on standby for your third and final qualifying hit of the weekend. You'll be after Canada West Doorslammers, CMDRA Street. Currently, as it stands, Greg Field sits as the #1 qualifier with a 6.529 at 218 miles an hour. But as I have been hearing, Greg Field may very well be broken, so we might not be seeing Field up and running today. #2 qualifier sits with John DeYoung with a 6.650 at 210 miles an hour. From there, it's almost 3/4 of a second. Back to the #3 qualifier, Paul Stretch runs with the 7.227 at 191. Jay Siverson and Poe Freeborn going to round out the top 5. There you got guys like Otto Schulte, Tom Katnick, Mark Thompson, Scott Robinson, Greg Howell to round to the top 10. Jason Fields sits #12. Derek Shirk, of course, the first season opener winner and flipped his car in test and tune on Friday, sits number 13 in the backup truck. Dave Warren is 14th with Devin Jansen in 15th. Got Woolley 16th, Brian Ritchie down to 17th. Terry Langton Davies is back out to play. So is Scott Graham, Mark Schupener, Roy Rusiani, Brody Shirk, Blake Miller, Mike Kenworthy, Devin Jansen, Peter Lacanis back out as well. With Buick and Adam DeYoung to round out the Doorslammer field. Currently 29 cars, and all 29 of them have made the mandatory low ET of an 890. We roll into the final round of Canada West Doorslammers for their second race of the 2023 season here in the 7th race of the NHRA Summit ET Series. Adam DeYoung brings it up in the Lordco lane. Got a PT Cruiser over here in the TCS lane. Boy, again, hot minute since I've seen that PT Cruiser out to party. I think that's the definition of expect the unexpected from that machine there. You wouldn't expect PT Cruisers to be much. I mean, they get clowned on the road all the time, yet this thing has smashed in a good old 7.497, 167 miles an hour for the #7 qualifying spot. That was out with lift off the top end too, so it had the ability to go quicker. Darren Wagner rolls the Cruiser in. Big problems for Wagner over here in the TCS lane as Adam DeYoung able to power through the top end. 8.4 away, 161 miles an hour. That was not healthy at all. And blew the cover off of our photo sensors down to the start line there. That, yikes. That's the first for me. I never seen the cover get blown off of the start line photo cells there. So, I guess that shows they're not, in fact, nailed down as I thought they were. We'll roll into the next pairing. Darren Buick and the Evans Excavating Nova to race Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, your qualifier is running right now. Canada West Doorslammers, you should already be in the staging lane. Your last qualifier is running right now. We are now going to call CMDRA Street to lanes 1 and 2. CMDRA Street coming up to lanes 1 and 2. Devin Jansen and Jan Christensen gonna race side by side. Here's the quarter mile. Jan Christensen gets there first, 8.5 to 958 miles an hour. Devin Jansen goes in 8.5 for 853. Brings up Paul Stretch of the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier, ripping a 638 big block Chevy motor to go up against Dale Jensen and the 1966 Canso. Paul Stretch sits number 3 on the qualifying sheets, a 7.227, 191 miles an hour with a 006 reaction time. Good 0.7 of a second off of John DeYoung's number 2 qualifier. Canis brings out the Transporters. Wow, the Transporters Logistics Corvette. Getting a bit tongue-tied here. That's what happens when you run off of 1 hour of sleep. Otto Schulte brings up the still cruising Associated Tire Next Gen here in Georgia Straight Line Collision 2005 Cavalier. Otto Schulte sits number 6 on the qualifying boards. Peter Lacanis, though, way down at 27th. 8/10,000ths red for Otto Schulte. He'll get to the top end with a 7.470, 183 miles an hour. Able to improve but not. Actually, does. I think that'll put him up to the 5th spot now for qualifying. Brings up Mike Kenworthy in the Illusion Motorsports Speed Martin Hoosier, the dealer, Pontiac machine to go up against Brian Ritchie and the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. Got a good crowd over there in the stands here for Doorslammer action here at the Titanium Strip in Mission Raceway Park. Thank you all for taking the time to come out and join us here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And again, all the CMDRA classes for their final qualifying hits, or at least those that are left. Just after the Doorslammers finish up their qualifiers, then it is pure eliminations all throughout the rest of the day. Personally, that's where I thrive, is when we see drivers starting to get knocked out. That's where it matters. Brian Ritchie goes a 7.924, 171 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy goes an 8.490 at 161. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Crazy 8s to lane 2. Crazy 8s to lane 2. CMDRA Crazy 8s, lane 2. Hot Twin, you're on standby. Never thought I'd see the day when Derek Shirk would bring his Dakota back to party. The Titanium Auto Group up a Speed Shop JS Performance Dodge Dakota back out to play as he flipped and destroyed his Bel Air in the Friday test and tune sessions. We'll race Poe Freeborn to the Mustang for Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Limited. Shirk currently sits right in the midfield, 13th on the qualifying sheets. Poe Freeborn a bit further down, runs 26th. Looking to be on a better run this time by for Poe Freeborn, and so take it to the top end. That is much better. That's going to put Freeborn easily into the top 5 with a 7.480 at 183 miles an hour. We'll bring up Lane Woolley and the Marcus family buck. He's been the Excavating Duster to face off against Mark Thompson of the Marvel Racing Machine. Once again, we hightail it up towards the quarter mile. Mark Thompson got a bit close to the center line, had to lift out as Lane Woolley powers through with a 7.829, 171 miles an hour. Bring up Terry Langdon Davies in the Willies for Langdon Davies Concrete. Blake Miller. We'll bring out the Searles Auto Repair Camaro out of Victoria. Making the trip all the way out from Vancouver Island. Terry Langdon Davies, all the way out from Yarrow. breeze fire immediately out of the hitch as Ray Rusiani will run through 8.210, 164 miles an hour. Man, the mechanical gremlins are real today, as that is now, I think, the 5th car that has been forced to shut it off and completely lose power mid-run. And he will get the car fired back up. We'll be able to cross out under his own power, but thought for a moment he wasn't going to be able to do that. Now, I'm going to learn from my peers and avoid calling Tom Katnick's new paint a wrap, unlike some other announcers and people in the tower that like to make assumptions here. Tom Katnick, of course, 300 hours, as I just heard, working on that paint job for the TK Performance 1968 Chevy Camaro. We'll be racing up against Jason Field today in the Overkill Chevelle for Richard Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Racetrack. Jason Field goes 7-1-1-2, 292 miles an hour for Jason Field. Shoots up to the number 3 qualifying spot for the F601 Chevelle. Talk about overkill indeed. Obliterates the midfield. Tom Katnick throws down to 7.564, 180 miles an hour. Bring up Brody Shirk in the Titanium Model Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, JS Power Sports, Chevrolet Racing, Scott Robinson in the Beretta. Oh, bit loose out of the gate for Brody Shirk. Gonna coast that one off as Scott Robinson goes 7.592, 179 miles an hour. Got 2 singles yet here in this first run of Doorslammer qualifying. Jay Sitterson up first, the JS Power Sports Chevy 2. We got set to close out Doorslammer qualifying with a 7.332 and 193 miles an hour. Want to once again remind all race fans that Cycle Drag is here today covering the CMDRA race all the way up from Florida. So be sure to subscribe to Cycle Drag on both YouTube and like Cycle Drag on Facebook to see all the footage they're going to be capturing over the course of the day. If it's anything fast with 2 wheels, they are most certainly in. Kathy Freeborn going to be the final driver to bring things up in the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating 1970 Camaro. And we will get set then to prime things for eliminations later on this afternoon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Twin, we need Hot Twin down to lane 3. Hot Twin, come on down to lane number 3. CMDRA Hot Twin to lane 3. CMDRA Super Gas, you are on standby. And we're going to also put Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme on standby as well. So Super Gas, Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme, you are all on standby. Tiffany Main bringing the Odin MFG Racing Lowrider and Phil Regular. The 2022 Street Bike for Black Label Apparel and Woodpines RV up to the staging lanes. Or up to the staging beams, I should say, as we roll into street bikes for their third and final qualifying hit. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Super Gas, Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme to the lanes. Super Gas, Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby for first round of eliminations. We'll bring up Tom Duran over here in the GSXR, cracking over in the TCS lane. Nothing on file yet for the rider in the Lordco lane. Whoa, carry the front wheels for Turan. He'll get it back down to earth. High tail up towards the quarter mile. Runs 8.77 with a 0, 155 miles an hour. Roll to Bailey Quinn and Mike Rose, the Sinister Saints team, speed and strength, 2002 Harley-Davidson Racing, the Rose Bros Racing, Fountain Tire, Venzi Mechanical, Alberta Lithium Batteries, 2000 Suzuki. We continue to roll through street. CMDRA Street here underway for their third and final qualifying hit. Nothing on file for the rider. TCS side, it is Neil Churchill, though, out of Pigeon Lake in the 2008 ZXOR for Woodpines RV and Black Label Apparel. Churchill on a hot tear up towards the quarter mile. Puts down a 9.389, 147 miles an hour. TCS lane goes 11.330 at 124. Continuing to roll away through street bike qualifying. Darren Bowman brings it up in the Lordco lane. And as the last run of Street runs down the racetrack, we're going to move into Crazy Eights. 888 index here for the Crazy Eights. So reaction time is going to be based off of whoever can get closest to that 888 index without going under. Corey Craig going up against Ken Morrison. The Madman Racing Trestle Millward Kawasaki carrying the front wheel a little bit. 989 with a 4 to a 1057 with a 2. Oh, sorry, that was the last run of Street Bikes. That was still another Street Bike run. Now we roll into Crazy Eights. Brad Schitter, the Triple S Racing Universal Cycle. Crazy and Motorcycle will be up first out of 2006. This is one of two index classes. It's 888 for the Crazy Eights, and Super Gas, like the full-size cars, actually not like the full-size cars, the Super Gas runs to a 970 index. Not the 990 Super Gas index that the NHRA series binds themselves to. Shitter on a work up to the top end, 8.710, 142 miles an hour for the number 51 motorcycle. While it's nice and quiet, I'll once again reiterate, we have called Super Gas, Pro Fuel, and Pro Extreme all up to the staging lanes. So Super Gas, Pro Fuel, and Pro Extreme from CMDRA. You have all been called to the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby for first round eliminations. So looks like we're down for just a moment. Not necessarily to touch up the starting line, but I think it's because we got some mechanical issues going on back in the stage lane. So we were kind of waiting on a little bit of a mechanical clock, so to speak. And that has just timed out. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. You have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at 11:30. That is Canada West Doorslammers. You have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at 11:30. That is 15 minutes from now. So with no more crazy 8 bikes to run, we roll into Hot Twin, and nothing on file for this pairing over here in the TCS lane or the Lordco lane. Of course, this is an ET class for street legal American and metric twin-cylinder production motorcycles. Jeremy Locke took the championship in 2022 for this class. Of course, got to thank all the sponsors that helped to keep the CMDRA alive and in business. Of course, Total Bros sponsoring the Crazy 8 class and Rimby events. Quality Trophies with the Pro Extreme class. Peden Productions for the Super class. The Medicine Hat event. VP Racing Fields for the Pro Drag class. Southland Power Sports for the street class that we just saw up earlier today. Lens Performance and Cycle for the Prince George event. Woodpines RV Resort for the Superbike class. Honda Extreme Powerhouse, Wall Racing, Davis GMC Buick, Medicine Hat, Universal Cycle, BRT Construction, and Sinister Saints Racing. So got to really thank all those guys that helped to keep this world of drag racing for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association alive. Continuing to work our way through Hot Twin qualifier number 3. Qualifying off of reaction time. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Super Gas, Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme. Final call to the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your first call, lanes 1 through 4 for first round of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, lanes 1 through 4, first round of eliminations. We roll into Super Gas. Vinyl Productions Super Gas, qualifying on the 970 index. Right lane leading before the tree was ready, will not be able to get a qualifying hit in left lane. Gonna go through 11.002, 108 miles an hour. So with the call for pro bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, first round of eliminations, we're going to put Sportsman on standby. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you're not going to be on standby as Jeff Pitney for Whole Shot Engines and Peden Productions goes to a 10.143, 109 miles an hour. Garnet Malin brings it up, Lordco side of the county. Choppers, Reds Ring, and H. Sard, number 99. For the rider over here. For the TCS lane. So with Super Gas qualifying in the books, we'll be seeing them up a little bit later on for eliminations as we will roll into Pro Extreme. Pro Extreme qualifying coming on up. Quality Trophies Pro Extreme, purpose-built, turbocharged, nitrous, supercharged, or big cubic inch engines on gas or methanol. Quarter-mile record was set in Madison Hat with a 6.559 second time by Tony Clisby back in 2014. The mile an hour was 206 miles an hour. Same rider, same place. Down in 2011. Last championship was Gary Hanaud. This is a heads-up class qualifying off of ET. Once again, Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, you have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer in 5 minutes. Canada West Doorslammers driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer in 5 minutes. Oh, heads up, closing the center line, and almost going to take out the 8th mile blocks with the rider on the Lordco lane. TCS lane goes 6.510, 210 miles an hour. That is a new mile an hour record just smashed here at Mission Raceway Park. That is a new record altogether. Brand new quarter-mile record was a 5.445 on the previous 6:59 record. Over a second, shatters it in Pro Extreme. Slightly wrong, it's rated off with a 1,000-foot ET, but still beat the record of 6.5107. So official new record altogether for Pro Extreme. Quality Trophies Pro Extreme, you saw it here first. New record, 6.5107, 210 miles an hour, blitzing not just the ET record, but eclipsing the speed record for Pro Extreme. Oh, and again, left lane, gets to the center line, heads up, fishtailing the back end around, gets back into it, and will power through. Steven Abessini goes 8.256, 175 miles an hour. Folks, put your hands together for that qualifying effort. That was something else entirely. Again, new ET, new speed record in Pro Extreme. Holy cow! Didn't think I'd be seeing a record set. That right there alone, worth the price of admission. Confirm the rider that put that record down, Austin Christopher, blitzing the Pro Extreme ET and speed records here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. That's how you know it's going to be a competitive field as we get set for eliminations later on today.
The motorcycle.
VP Fuels Pro Dragster up next to the line, also known as Pro Fuel, purpose-built nitromethane burning 45-degree V-twin carbureted single-speed and maximum 122 cubic inch machines. 2022 champion Al Miles. The last speed record 178 by John Breckenridge right here in Mission in 2005. That was the speed record, 170 miles an hour. The ET record, 7.295, also set by Al Miles in 2019. Will we see another record broken here today? Wayne Lyons of the NCS Multistage K&W Wraps TNT Wraps Weekender drag bike. Will face off against Dan Ramage. And I'm going to retract that statement real quick, fasten these bikes and get down the quarter mile. As it's going to turn into a single pass, Dan Ramage will likely go up by himself. Wayne Lyons makes way up to the staging beams. Get your seats to the seat and to the fence as we get set to send a Pro Fuel Pro Dragster bike down the quarter mile. Oh, bumps through. Bumps through the beams here. And it looks like we'll try to reset the tree and give it another go. Oh, hello. Out of shape right as he got on the throttle. Moves to the center line. Backed out of it. So Ramage going to bring it up in that Lordco lane once again. Aaron Barshes for Dynamic Deals out of Madison Hat, Alberta. Over here in the TCS lane. We roll into Pro Dragster / Pro Fuel proper. This turns out Wayne Lyons' attempt was a licensing hit that went a bit awry. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. We need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Aaron Barshes. Moving up with Dan Ramesh over in the Lordco lane. Riders away on green lights. Barshes getting out of the groove. Going to keep his foot in it though. Top end 8.162, 155 miles an hour. The record still stands, set by Al Miles here in 2019. That brings up Evan Barsness in the 2010 Hayabusa to race Dave Stickle in the 2002 Fast Cat drag bike. It's a System Gen IT out of Calgary, Alberta. For Pacesetter Equipment Pro, Track Geardom, Alta, and Welsh Motorcycle. We roll back into Pro Dragster Pro Fuel qualifying. Once again, heads up class. Evan Barsness and Dave Stickle. For Dave Stickle, gets it back down, tries to get his foot back in it as Evan Barsness tries to stay out in front. 874 to an 878, 155 and 151 miles an hour respectively. The ladder remains unchanged. We will roll back into Pro Extreme for one final bike. Rob Aston in the 2018 Suzuki Verzen Custom Homes and Fuel Tech Canada. We move to one final Quality Trophies Pro Extreme motorcycle here to close out qualifying. Ooh, carrying the front wheel, heads up, careful. On and off, popping a few wheelies, down about 330 foot before he decides to bail. And that's going to do it then for qualifying, not just for CMDRA, but for everybody. It is now eliminations through to the end of the day.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need pro bracket. This is your final call. You are currently running down the track, so if you are in pro bracket and you haven't made your way down to the lanes, you should probably get there.
round of eliminations on the day. Nick Ribella and Rich Dyes. Chevy versus Regal. Breakout for Rich Dyes by 0.04 of a second. We'll see Nick Ribella move on into the next round. Well, Bram Cassie Tippy in the Nova Wagon and Ralph Ehlers in the Ford Mustang. 1190 to a 1061. Both races on green lights, double breakout. We'll see Cassie Tippy move on. Ralph Ehlers this time will not be able to advance as far as yesterday. We'll be going home early. Now this is a battle for the ages. John DeBack of the Rat Torque Systems S10 down to the 1045 racing. Dustin Brewington in the 99 Camaro out of Kennewick. Washington at a 1014. Two really good racers here in this one. Quarter mile, Dustin Brewington, 0.0004, 10 thousandths of a second between Brewington and Tabac, showing the amount of skill both of those racers have as Dennis Winter brings up the Shaggy Bel Air to the 1151 to race Dustin Hunter in the Falcon Fast out at a 907. Two green lights. Dustin Hunter trying to charge after Dennis Winton, gets around him. Dustin Hunter moves on into the next round. Craig Johnson brings it up in the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Oldsmobile dot in the 1157 on the Lordco lane. Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Hustler dot in the 1173 over here in the TCS lane. Problems at the hitch. Mechanical Gremlins claim a 8th car of the day. It has been a war of attrition out there on the titanium strip as we've had Glenn Martin, Chris Stone, Kelly Voss, and more all encounter problems. Veronica Hodgson, the next rider or the next driver to be pushed back and out. What a shame for the Dodge Dart as David Rastad moves on into the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Will the driver of the Muffler Tech Tyrant Auto Dodge pickup please return to your truck and move it? You are parked in our winner's circle. And that's going to need to be opened up as we move through eliminations today so we can take pictures of our race winners. So can the owner of the Muffler Tech Tyrant Auto truck please move that vehicle as soon as possible? As we'll bring up Nick Douglas in the SBB Racing Dodge Dart at 1169 to race Dale Northgraves in the Nova. 11:69 to a 10:44 on the dial-ins here. Nick Douglas stays out in front of Dale Northgraves. Northgraves not able to run him down. That race won on the starting tree. 0.07 of a second reaction time to a 10.5 over. Yeah, that's only going one way. This is the way of the 7th hour reaction time. Ron Walsh dialed at a 10:08 to race Walter Johnson to the Chevelle in 11:32. Star Walter Johnson turns on the red light by 0.09 of a second. Ron Walsh get the free pass into the next round. Ten to the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro coming down to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Hot Rod on standby. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Chris Held bringing up the 1971 Nova down to 921. We'll have to be patient to wait for Andy Klosky. And the Chevrolet Camaro down to the 1343. Both racers away. Klosky stays out in front. 0.07 of a second. Give it up for the driver out of Quesnel, BC. Ross Walker brings up the Chevy 2 to race Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center machine out of Sumas, Washington. 1.5 second advantage to Matt Warner. Ross Walker in hot pursuit. Chasing him down up towards the quarter mile. Breakout, Matt Warner. Ross Walker moves on into the next round. Will be Ray Bollinger up next to the A&A Custom Brokers Just Mechanical Pontiac. Will race Anthony Katnick in the TK Performance Ford Mustang Fox body. 1 second separates this pairing, 10:51 to a 9:50 dial. Double breakout. Ray Bollinger moves on into the next round as Anthony Katnick gonna go under the dial by 51 thou. Ray Bollinger only under by 17 thousandths. So Ray Bollinger will move on into the next round. Brings up Mal Patterson to the Malfunction Albion Tire and Acadian to race Rick McKinney in the RJL Farms New Magoo Camaro. McKinney, of course, taking the victory in Pro Bracket yesterday, looking to go for the double sweep of the weekend. Holy cow, can you say wheels up launch for Mal Patterson and Rick McKinney from the penthouse to the outhouse. Your winner yesterday, knocked out in round number 1 as Mal Patterson gets around him for the win. Brad Owens will bring out the Bellingham Bel Air down to that 964 next to race Daryl Tippy and the Chevy 2 down to the 1065. Still, Chippy turns on the red lights by 0.08 of a second. So the 8th thou red light gives Brad Owens the free pass into the next round of eliminations. We'll bring up Terry Kramer in the drag challenger. As I've been told by Kevin S., I believe a Scat Pack challenger, that one, as John Barrichello brings up the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge. 9:10 to an 11:22. Now, Kramer's car here is a factory car. So that is a car straight out of the factory floor on a special drag package outfitted for one thing and one thing only. And that's exactly what it's doing right now. But he's gonna go red, a double red light. 027 TCS lane, 019 for John Barrichello. And John Barrichello moves on into the next round. Loren Schwartz brings up the Monte Carlo for Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop, and we'll race Jenna Dobson in the Ron's Engine Machine Malibu. Two green lights. Your king of the track, chasing after Dobson. He's king of the track for a reason. Gets around Dobson, 0.06 of a second. Moves on to round two. Bring Rob Monroe Jr. in the ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body. We'll race the 1969 Acadians out of the 1073 to Richard Love. In the SS Motorsports S10 down to the 1052. Chris Stone will bring up the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart to be racing Steve Baskerville's Golf R. Steve Baskerville goes 5 thou red on the tree. Chris Stone, after breaking and qualifying, moves on to the next round. As we get set to work our way down into first round of Sportsman, Grant Gordon will bring up the Ford Cycle Customs Incorporated Dart. And now, we're going to make that a final call for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the staging lanes. Sportsman, your class is effectively running right now. You should be in the staging lanes. Sportsman, once again, make your way on down to the staging lanes. ASAP. Nine 10,000 of a second reaction time for Grant Gordon. So trip zip with a 9. Goes 10.064 to 110 miles an hour. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. We're going to get Hot Rod down to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, we need you in the staging lanes. Hot Rod, come on up to the staging lanes.
Okay.
Brandon Hermson and Kevin McCauley going to race each other. 13:32 for the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile as we work our way into Vancouver Car Wraps. Sportsman. Kevin McCauley bringing out the old school wagon out of the 1251. Sylvia Hookstins takes the victory of Eric Hansen that last pass by 1/1000th of a second as we'll bring Krista Loudit to race Tyler Dobson. 1370 to an 1173.
Hi.
2-second advantage to Loudit. And problem sets in for Krista Loudit as Tyler Dobson going to get a free pass at the next round. Loudit breaks on the line. Move Tyler Dobson to round number 2. Ryan Ledrette for the Buffalo Tech Automotive Chevelle will race against Jeff Holman for the Peden Industries GMC. 5,000 of a second. We'll give it to Ryan Ledrette over in that TCS lane. He'll move on to round number 2. We move to Joanna Rebello in the 1988 Corvette out of the 1403 to race Roland Lowen in the 1955 Meteor dialed to the 1281. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Cade Shirk brings it up to race Dave Jung. Dave Jung hopping back in his old Malibu to race Cade Shirk, the GMC Jimmy to race the Malibu. Dave Jung gets out in front. About 300ths of a second. We'll take that one over Cade Shirk. We'll move to Heather Hornall in the Brady Electrical Stone Speed Shop GMC pickup down at 1163. Will be leaving almost 2.5 seconds later to Gary Fawcett in the 1966 Plymouth. Red line start, Heather Hornall, Gary Fawcett will move into the next round as Hornall could not be patient enough on the tree. Nick Douglas for SBB Racing in the Dodge Dart down to the 1172 will race Jim Banky down to that of the 1513. And Jim Banky, the driver that we're so used to seeing get great launches, going to finish second. We'll bring up Scott Wilson in the Charlie Brown wagon, down to the 1242 to race Sean Langley in that Mach 1 Hustler. Dialed that in 1177. And that'll leave Steve Baskerville then to take up the bye as we will close out Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for round number 1. We are down for a few moments while we work out some technical things behind the scenes up here in the officiator's tower. We're back underway in less than 5 minutes here as we're just getting some things sorted. We'll get things back on track. We'll be moving into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro for their first round of eliminations, and I'll be followed up by Old Car Center Hot Rod, Super Combo, Super Shifters in the junior class is going to end out our regular bracket racers, and then of course we get to the good stuff. The Doorslammer eliminations, the CMDRA eliminations, and that is where we'll get, finally, Top Fuel Harleys back out to play. We're going to fire up cars behind the timing tower and roll now into first round eliminations for Super Pro. Dustin Brewington, you see, pull around with the bye run, so he will be patiently waiting until the end of the class. Get some nice little shade there in the black Camaro. Richard Love brings up the Chevy S10 for reflection guest housing and SS Motorsports down at a 1050. Glenn Kennedy dialed in at a Whistling Fish, dialed in at an 890. As we roll things over and start our first run of Super Pro here, it'll be a green light start for both drivers. Hightailing it up towards that quarter mile. Love stays out in front of Glenn Kennedy, and we'll move on into the next round. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. And as Jen Christian gets sent to race John to back, I'm starting to feel a bit peckish myself, and well, even announcers need their own breaks every once in a while, so we'll let you enjoy the sounds of the beautiful cars. I'll give my annoying voice here a rest, and we'll be back shortly, filled up on some chicken nuggets and fries in the Half Track Snack Shack. You, Kim, for taking over for the brief moment while I replenished. I am happy to say I've been rejuvenated by the power of half-track Snack Shack's chicken strips and fries, and lineup's not too bad over there, so if you want to swing on over, the food there, absolutely worth price of admission. So swing on over to the half-track Snack Shack. Reportedly, it's getting a bit warm out there as well. So you should, if you haven't not checked out the half-track Snack Shacks, how about the Pro Shop? They got ice cream sandwiches there. Nice, refreshing little treat. We're going to make that call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Shifters coming down to lanes 4 and 5. Super Shifters, we need you into lanes 4 and 5. And that's going to put junior classes on standby. Rolling to Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Glenn Eagledon brings up the Corvette Specialties. Robert Love in the Lordco Auto Parts BDL Auto Nova. The only driver to run the Super Comp Index of an 890. Was not at all expecting that. Oh, but he goes red. Robert Love will not be taking the Super Comp car to the next round as Glenn Eagledon gets him on the tree. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, Super Shifters. We've called you to the staging lanes. Super Shifters, we need you into the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Dean Peterson brings up the Peterson Family Racing Mustang dialed in at a 990 on the Super Gas Index. On the Super Street Index opposite him, Jerry Epp. Yeah, the 66 Ford Mustang. Two green lights. Peterson trying to chase down Jerry Epp. Dead heat, everywhere. 210,000 on the tree. And give it up for Jerry Epp. Absolutely on it. Went 1090.08 on the 1090 index. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. License and test to lane 6. License and test to lane 6. And that is going to keep the junior dragsters on the standby call. Herman Chen, Mark Downing racing it out now to the quarter mile. 3,000 of a second, give it to Herman Chen. The Lordco Auto Parts Camaro best in the BDL Automotive Malibu. Another pairing of 1090s. Warren Jacobson brings up the Chevy 2, and Martin Jackman will bring up the Pontiac. That car for sale. Red light start by 15 thou for Martin Jackman. We'll see Warren Jacobson move on into the next round. Attend to the pits, attend to the pits. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2 for junior dragsters. John Lackey, of course, was the driver that was supposed to be making a qualifying hit earlier today, but broke on the starting line, was not able to make it to the call. Brad Vinci in the BNC Racing Camaro will move on to the next round. We will bring up Dan Parsons, the Quality Racing Duster, to race Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. With both drivers wearing green lights at the top end, it'll be Dan Parsons making the pass on Martin Rochelle, beats him to the line on the 1090 index, and we'll see the Quality Racing Duster up again for round number 2. That brings up our final Super Combo car, Stefan Viech. Tend to the pits, tend to the pits. Junior Street, we need your lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street, bring them up, lanes 3 and 4. And Super Shifters, we've called you twice, we've called you thrice. This is your final call to the staging lanes for BC Super Shifters. Your class is running now. Grant Clone bringing up the family pride Ford to race Scott Winterbottom in the rags to riches Top Shop Chevy 2. 850 to a 948. Correction, 918 for Winterbottom in the rags to riches Top Shop Chevy 2. start for Grant Clone. 3,000s on the tree. Scott Winterbottom will move on into round number 2. Rich Graves will race up the El Camino against Dale Posnick's Riff Raff Racing Ford, 1170 to the 1015. All 4 appendages being used. 1 on the clutch, 1 on the gas, 1 on the wheel, 1 on the shifter. And Dale Posnick turns on the red light by a huge margin. 1/4 of a second red for Dale Posnick over Rich Graves, only going red by 200ths. We'll give Graves the run into the next round. That brings up Steve Braithwaite, dialed at 1055 in his 1969 Camaro Racing. Pat Byron in the 1972 Chevrolet out of Oakland, Washington, dialed in at an 855. Another red light start for the Lordco lane. Make that 3 in a row for red lights going out of eliminations in that right lane as Braithwaite will make his next run. John DePort will race his Chevrolet against Jamie Roth in the Comet. It is Camaro versus Comet. Finally, we get a green race. Jamie Roth chasing after John DePort to the quarter mile. Can't get there. John DePort stays out in front. So as we finish up BC Super Shifters, BC McLeod Super Shifters, we'll be paging a driver down to the tower in just a moment. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for license and test passes. Final call for license and test passes to lane 6. And Martin Rochelle to the base of the timing tower, please. Martin Rochelle. Once again, Martin Rochelle, we need you to the base of the timing tower, please. Will Zorg will bring him to Bel Air to race Terry Hoogstens as our final pass in Super Shifters, 1104 to an 1181. races away on green lights. And a breakout for Terry Hookstins will give it to Will Zorick. 1175 with a 4 on the 1181 dial. Will Zorick moves on to round number 2. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. 30-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 30-minute standby call. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Street for first round of eliminations. Tyler Smith brings up the Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500 dialed in at 11:05 to be racing Isaac Niriklo in the Pontiac over out of Chilliwack. Both juniors way on green lights, 11:05 to 11:10, and it'll be a breakout for Niriklo. Not that it'll matter. Smith still got there first. And we'll be moving on into the final round. There's only 4 junior street cars in competition here this afternoon. Tara Monroe going to bring it up against Sophia Getz. Tahoe versus 94 Mustang. 11:59 to a 10:18. Racing up to the 8th mile for junior classes. Sophia Getz red lines by over a bulb's worth, so it'll be Taryn Monroe and Tyler Smith yet again into the final. And that'll roll us now into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. 1/3 scale the size of full-size dragsters. These racers racing up to the 8th mile. It is for ages as young as 5 up to about as old as 17. And it is a great way to get some of the younger generations into the throes of drag racing. And it is a tight field as well. I mean, in fact, last season in the Summit ET Series, our junior dragster categories, believe it or not, were actually tighter together on points by the finals than the main bracket classes were, like Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, many of which had already wrapped up weeks before we even got down to the final round. We split them into 2 categories, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Lightning, the faster of the 2. Thunder rolls up first. And of course, cars limited with speed dependent on the age of the driver. And it should be a good showing once again as we will once again be able to look upon one of the biggest junior dragster fields in recent memory of the Titanium Strip. Emily White will bring it up in the White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Walco Industries machine dialed in at a 902 to race Isabella Marshall. For Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes dialed in at an 892. As we roll into Junior Thunder for the first elimination round on the day. Two green lights. Marshall trying to chase after Emily White, and a double breakout. Emily White going to take that one away. Moves on to the second round. Isabella Marshall sent packing. We move to Alex Green and the Green Bros Racing Junior Dragster to race Cadence Rodriguez from Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and of course, Grandpa Joe. 1190 to 1194, virtual heads-up race this one between these two juniors. Both races pre-stage, waiting on Cadence Rodriguez to bump her way into the beams fully. And Alex Green goes red, 9/1,000ths of a second for Alex Green. We'll turn the wind light on for Cadence Rodriguez. We'll move on into that second round. That leaves Hunter Thompson dialed in the 890 and the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster out of Mission will go up against Owen Armstrong, dialed into the 1685. Owen Armstrong, one of the youngest racers on the property, will be leaving so far out in front that in the time it'll take for Owen Armstrong to get down to the 8th mile once, Hunter Thompson could almost do it twice. So Hunter Tom's going to have to be unbelievably patient here. And so the long wait begins for Hunter Thompson. Got to be careful not to jump that tree. Will patience be rewarded? Chasing down Owen Armstrong at the 8th mile, gets around him. Double breakout. Hunter Thompson only 1/1000 of the dial in, while Owen Armstrong was almost half a second down. And Hunter Thompson moves into that next round. Brings out April Ball into the JBS Equipment, dialed in at 890 to race Nate Green for Green Bros Racing, dialed in at 1220. Once again, both races away on the green bulbs. Nate Green trying to stay out of front of April Bond. April Bond running him down and makes the pass. April Bond to round 2. Nate Green going to be having to watch this one on from the sidelines. Connor Jackson will bring on the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab. Jim drags it down in the 905 out of Abbotsford. Hunter Gallant down in the 924 for BVL Automotive, Super Steve Tires, Diversified Metalworks, and Rocket Coatings. As we will Jackson and Gallant both pre-staged. Hunter Gallant goes red, 15 thousandths red on the tree of that. Connor Jackson will move into the next round on a freebie. Next pairing up, Ashton Katnick and Adam Katnick. TK Performance Duo, 1190 to an 890. Ashton will be leading 3 seconds ahead of Adam Katnick in the right lane. Two green lights as Adam Katnick tries to run towards Ashton Katnick, but sounded a bit rough there in the Lordco lane, and that's going to cost him. Losing power, loses half a second. That gives it up for Ashton Katnick, who moves on into the next round. We'll bring up Wesley Armstrong and Jackson Dew. Fountain Tires, Sea to Sky over here in the TCS lane. JBS Equipment represented in the Lordco lane. $12.50 over here dialed in TCS side. Lordco side, it's a 9:25. I believe this will be the last pass in Junior Thunder before we roll into Junior Lightning. I say quite foolishly as I see more Junior Thunders immediately rolling around the corner to prove me wrong that this is in fact not the last pairing we have here. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Craig Johnson, we need Craig Johnson to the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, your presence is requested in the staging lanes. Jackson Dew goes under the goes under the reaction time, 300ths of a second red. Adding on to the call for Craig Johnson to the staging lanes, we will move Doorslammers to a 15-minute standby call. Doorslammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. 2 green lights, and this one goes the way of Bentley Johnson in the Bubba's Speed Shop Lucas Oil Junior Dragster to get around Jack Green and move on into round number 2. Now, moving to Peden Industries Junior Lightning, Abigail White with the bye run on the Lordco Auto Parts Pioneer Truck and Trailer Walco Industries. Dialed in at a 790. We continue to work our way through Junior Lightning. First round of eliminations. Josh Klosky brings up the Lordco Auto Parts Design Flooring Machine dialed in at an 863. Colton Moore for Total Dairy Solutions, Tires Plus, Lico Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox dialed in at a 790. Over in the Lordco lane, Quinnell versus Mission, this one. Both races away on green lights, and this one gonna be a reaction time that I think the Morans will be proud of. 8th thou on the tree, translate that to a race win. Colton Moran besting Josh Klosky, getting there to the line first, winning that race right out of the hilt, so a whole shot win there for Colton Moran. Give it up for Lincoln Shirk now, defending Junior Lightning champion, the Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torch Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports, dialed into the 792 in a race. Emma Debris Coos for BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, and Titanium Auto Group, dialed in at a 790. Thou on the tree for Lincoln Shirk gives him the win. Staying in front of Emma Debris Coos. We'll move into round number 2 here of Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Moving on to Aiden Katnick and CL Gagnon for Rad Torch Systems and the Titanium Model Group. Pair of 790s, so heads up race. Two green lights, and at the quarter mile, 14 thousandths of a second, we'll say CL Gagnon gets there first. Ahead of Aiden Katnick. We move, continue to move through. I believe we have 2 pairs of junior dragsters left. Cassidy Smith brings it up here for the K&K Excavating Incorporated Junior Dragster Machine, 790 TCS lane, 863 Lordco lane. Gonna alter that around as it was Cassidy Smith in the Lordco lane down in the 863. My apologies. Nick Bond, of course, over here at TCS side. I was thinking that looked like Bond's car. JBS equipment. Of course, the Bonds, April and Nick swept the junior categories yesterday, and they're looking to do the same here tonight. Won't be a dream today, though, as Nick Bond goes from race winner to round 1 eliminator. 11th thou red on the tree for Nick Bond sees him knocked out of the first round of competition. McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment going to bring it up. 790. Lexi Winterbottom for Hobo Racing and Bowtie Ventures going to be all styled in at a 790. McKenna Thompson goes red. Alexa Gunabon will move on into the next round. And that will do it then for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. We've got one quick Rad Torque System Super Pro rerun. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Come on up to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Canada West Doorslammers, come on up to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Top Fuel Harleys, we're going to put you on standby. And we're going to put Pro Extreme and Pro Dragster / Pro Fuel on standby as well. So that is Top Fuel Harley, Pro Extreme, and Pro Dragster / Pro Fuel all on standby. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. Come on up to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Canada West Doorslammers, second call. Lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Top Fuel Harley, Pro Extreme, Pro Fuel / Dragster. You are on standby. So with safety crews starting to get back into position, Doorslammer eliminations are just around the corner. So I'm going to coin a phrase from my colleague Jerry here and say, move your seats to the seats. Or along the fence if you happen to be a bit further along and you can't get to the seats in time. Doorslammer eliminations are never something you want to miss. It is something else. And I remember once at Door Wars, I was spending a bit of time down at the top end, right at the quarter mile along the fence. Holy cow, it hits different when you're at the far end. And don't forget, right after the Doorslammers, we get the fast bikes, we get the drag bikes, the extreme bikes. We've got someone trying to go for a new official CMDRA record. And don't forget as well, we still have, of course, the Top Fuel Harley track record looking to be broken today. Here we go! Tom Katnick going to bring out the TK Performance machine over in that TCS lane. Racing Adam DeYoung. Over in the Lordco lane. New paint job on the DeYoung crew for this 2023 season, as well as a new paint job for Katnick. 300 hours spent on that paint job. Don't be fooled. It is not a wrap. It is, in fact, a mighty fine looking paint job. Camaro versus Camaro. 756 to an 841. Red light start, Adam DeYoung. As Adam DeYoung going to go 11th thou right on the tree. Tom Katnick freebie into the second round. Bring on Brody Shirk in the Titanium Model Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, JS Power Sports, Chevrolet down to the 830. Against Poe Freeborn at the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavated Limited Mustang down to the 748. Lights are down. We hightail it back up towards the quarter mile. Breakout, Brody Shirk, Poe Freeborn moves on. 8:25 on the 830 dial. Next pairing up, Derek Shirk. Bringing up the Dodge Dakota, dialed into the 760 for Titanium Model Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance. Racing Jan Christensen's El Gringo Nova, dialed at a 951. Two green lights, Jan Christensen trying to stay out in front of Derek Shirk. Can he stay out in front of the quarter mile? No, he can't. Derek Shirk gets around him. Derek Shirk moves on into round number 2, knocking out Jan Christensen in the first round. It might not be the Bel Air, but the Dakota still has it. Mark Schuppener brings up the 1995 Lumen over here TCS side for the Wix Fillers Sealed Power 794. Racing number 3 qualifier, Jason Field and the Overkill Richie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Chevelle dialed at a 712. Number 3 qualifier here going up against the number 18 qualifier. Wheels for Jason Field that time by as he hightails it up towards the quarter mile. Can he get around him? No! Mark Schuppener stays out in front. And Jason Field qualifies 3rd, knocks himself out. Bram Cathy Freeborn, Comox, Valley Bobcat and Excavating, dialed at an 852 in the Camaro over here, TCS side. Mark Thompson out of Coldstream from Marvel Racing, dialed in a 766 on the Lordco side. Number 11 to the number 26 qualifiers here as we work our way through first run eliminations for Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. One of these drivers was caught napping on the tree. That's going to give an easy dub. No, it won't. I thought Thompson had it. Thompson was almost half a second better than Freeborn on the tree, but he was too liberal at the top end. And that's going to give Cathy Freeborn the W. Moves on to the next round. Bring it up from Mike Kemworth in the Illusion Motorsports. Speed Martin Hoosier, the dealer. Pontiac down to 849. Scott Robinson in the 1994 Beretta, going to be dialed in at a 760 out of Chilliwack. Once again, 2 green lights. Scott Robinson in hot pursuit of the Pontiac. Quarter mile says Mike Kenworthy stays in front. That TCS lane is hooking up nicely for this field. Brand Peter Lacanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette used to run in Super Pro with that car. Now a very regular Doorslammer run, and not so much in Super Pro anymore. Will race Dale Jansen, the 1966 Canso out of Armstrong. Dial that a 780. Peter Lacanis stays out in front of Dale Jansen as we're going to continue to move our way through. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys to the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harleys coming out to lane number 1 for first run eliminations. Top Fuel Harleys to the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Brian Ritchie brings out the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. John DeYoung, the number 2 qualifier, brings out the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions 1968 Camaro, dialed at a 663. One of just 2 drivers that qualified in the 6-second bracket, along with Greg Field's Opel. Unfortunately, Field, with a broken car, will not be competing this afternoon. Problem set in again for John DeYoung, and he's going to shut the car off. Ryan Ritchie moves on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Fuel, otherwise known as Pro Dragster, coming up to lane number 2. Pro Fuel / Dragster coming up to lane number 2. We've called Harleys to lane 1. Pro Fuel / Dragster coming up to lane number 2. And at this point, we're going to put Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket on standby. That is Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket on standby, and Pro Extreme, you're going to remain on standby. So you bring up Darren Buick in the Evans Excavating Nova, dialed at 863. Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air, dialed at a 780. Burnout's complete. We wait for both drivers to stage up the cars. Looks like Buick will be one of the first ones to bump in, waiting on Warren. Courtesy staging still in effect, as always, per the Canada West Doorslammers rulebook. Both races away on green lights. Now the chasing car has not had much luck in that right lane. Will he see any luck this time around? Yes! Dave Warren gets around Darren Buick. The Blue Max Bel Air knocks out the Evans Excavating Nova. Bring up Ray Rusiani in the 1966 Chevy 2 for Dexy Paws, racing Otto Schulte in the Still Cruising Associated Tire Next Gen here in Georgia Straight Line Collision Cavalier. staging games going on here on the starting line as racers hightail up towards the top end. Otto Schulte gets around Ray Rusiani, and the Cavalier will cruise its way on over into round number 2. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Extreme to lane number 3. Pro Extreme to lane number 3. That is now Harley's to 1, Pro Fuel to 2, Pro Extreme to 3. Paul Stretch brings up the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier down to the 719, racing Terry Langdon Davies in the Langdon Davies Concrete 1941 Willys. Down at an 810. Two green balls, one of them significantly better than the other though, and it's going to go the way of Paul Stretch. Better than TLD on the tree by almost a tenth and a half. 3,000 reaction time to Terry Langdon Davies, 0.16 will give Stretch the victory at the top end. Devin Jansen brings up the 854 Nova out of Armstrong. And Grant Howell will race the 1937 Chevrolet, dialed in at a 763. Devin Jansen trying to stay out in front of Grant Howell. And does so. Jansen with the whole shot win. Gets out in front of Grant Howell and hangs on to take victory. Blake Miller brings up the Searles Auto Repair Camaro to race Dallas Wagner. Looks like the PT Cruiser, unfortunately, not able to make another run out after breaking and qualifying on the gate. Jay Silverstein in the JS Power Sports Chevy 2 was due to race Scott Grant in the Bubba Speed Shop Camaro, but Scott Grant not able to make it to the call, so Jay Silverstein gets a free pass into the next round. You know, I tell you what, Yesterday when I was out here on Saturday morning, I was looking out at the stands and they were looking quite barren, and I was a bit sad. I mean, we had some great action going on yesterday and there's nobody around to see it. Now look at all of you sitting out there taking in the sights and the sounds. On what is a beautiful Sunday afternoon. I want to thank all of you guys for taking the time to join us out here on this beautiful Sunday, as stands don't really get so packed for a Summit ET race. You love to see it though. Lane Woolley will bring out the Bucky's Mini Excavating Duster to race Greg Field in the Jubilee RV Acumen Machine Total Turbo Lordco Auto Parts Opal, but of course Field also not able to make it to the call. Now we get to what you're all here for. Top Fuel Harleys. These bikes, some of the most volatile that you will ever see in the world of drag racing. Here on Eliminations, the track record with the possibility of being beaten. Here today, it has been held by Damian Cowden. Since 2014 with a 624, Tommy Grimes held the speed record at 234 miles an hour. And now we get set to enter round number one, also known as the semi-finals for Top Fuel Harleys. Heads up to the quarter mile. Well, the Harleys are making some noise. Let's see you make some noise. Show these Harleys you appreciate them coming out to put on a show at the Titanium Strip. Jim Schellenberger going up against Nate Gagnon. Schellenberg three-stage waiting on Gagnon to bump it in. Schellenberger as Gagnon tries to pedal it out towards the top end. Gagnon goes to the final. 661, 213 miles an hour. Jim Schellenberger went to the center line, kept his foot in it. 6.9, 48 at 198. Next pairing up going to be Pete Waugh over here, TCS side. Ron Hunier out of mission over in the Lordco lane. Both riders pre-staged. We're green! Dead heat towards the quarter mile, and it'll be Pete Waugh to stay out in front. 666, 213 miles an hour. Ron Hunier going through 695 at a 200 flat.
Can you please call?
We will be seeing the Top Fuel Harley final up later on this afternoon. For now, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket and Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the lanes. Pro and Sportsman to the lanes. Super Pro, you are on standby. We roll out of Top Fuel Harley and into CMDRA Pro Dragster VP Racing Fuels Pro Dragsters.
Go ahead.
They might look like Top Fuel Harleys, but not quite as quick, not quite as fast. Just as exciting though. Wayne Lyon's going to be on a solo pass out of Blackfalds, Alberta. Whoa, that bike took an immediate right-hand turn towards the wall, and will lift out of that one and just coast through. Reported licensing pass there for Lyons on that deal. Dan Damage over in the Lordco lane, going to go up against Aaron Barshis over here for Dynamic Deals out of Madison Hat. As we roll into Pro Dragster for the first run of eliminations. Rip it up towards the quarter mile. Barshis gets there first. 8.110, 145 miles an hour.
Competitor was supposed to be.
The bike in the Lordco lane going to go 8.311 and 152. Evan Barsness now for the Berserkers Racing was due to be racing Dave Stickle from the Fast Cat machine out of Calgary. Unfortunately, though, Barsness not able to make it to the call, so Dave Stickle going to be able to get a freebie. And the Pacesetter Equipment Pro Track Geardham Alta Welsh Motorcycle Fast Cat drag bike. Oh boy, carrying the front wheels there for Dave Stickle. Getting out of shape. Gonna be able to get that thing pointed back to the groove though. And that's going to do it up then for Pro Dragster and Pro Fuel.
Pretty sure the reason I can't get your ladder is because I wrote it in.
We move into Pro Extreme. Quality Trophies Pro Extreme. Back up to party. Now, boy, was there ever a pass here earlier on. The record before today was a 6:59 at 206 miles an hour. That record
Can you manually do it?
was set
I definitely could do that.
by Tony Clisby down at Madison Hat in both 2014 and 2011. Yet Austin Christopher shattered that with a 6:51 at 210 miles an hour earlier today. Now that record is not yet secure. He has to be able to back up that run within a tenth of a second if he wants it to stand. So he's going to do everything he can to get himself into the history books. Austin Christopher, the man trying to put himself into both CMDRA and Mission Raceway record books, setting a new record in Pro Extreme. Does he have the speed to lock the time in at the titanium strip? You could be witnessing history right here. He's off. Bit of body English to keep that thing in the lane. Can he do it? Yes, he does. It's even faster. 6.3 with a 4 at 216 miles an hour. Obliterates the track record from yesterday and earlier on today. That is a new track record, a new CMDRA record for Austin Christopher. He had to beat it within a tenth. How about 2? Matt McKay Smith going to bring up the Mountain Performance Lordco Auto Parts Suzuki. Going to be racing Jeff Petra over here in the Lordco lane. Not even close. Matt McKay Smith getting there way ahead. There's a lot of body English again to keep that bike in the Lordco lane out of the center line. Matt McKay Smith goes through 765, 126 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Car numbers 948 and N as in November 613 in Sportsman. We need you to the staging lanes. That is car numbers 948 and N as in November 613 in Sportsman. We need you in the staging lanes. Your class is getting ready to run. Rob Aston going up in the 2018 Suzuki. He's the Zen Customs Homes and Fuel Tech Canada machine. Making the trip all the way out from Calgary, Alberta.
Oh, so this is a heads-up call.
And then Gary Christopher brings it up in the Lordco lane. Rob Aston murdering the back tire on the 2018 Suzuki. So face off against Gary Christopher from Hope. And we're going to shut things down for a moment as reports are possible oil down on the racetrack. A around the 8th mile mark and up. So we'll head on out, shut these bikes off. Of course, when you're racing at two wheels at 200 plus miles an hour, safety is paramount. It overrides everything. The thrill of racing is always second in the world of safety. Unless you're running the skid plate race at Bowman Gray Stadium, then maybe excitement comes first. Depends on the track. Here, safety always takes priority. So we'll be down for a few minutes. We'll give you updates as we receive them. Good news. Reports are our track is dry. So we'll be getting our safety crews back into position, and we'll be back underway within the next minute or two here. So with safety crews back into position, we're going to roll back into Pro Extreme Eliminations. Rob Aston and Gary Christopher going to once again move their way up towards the staging beams. Problem set in for Aston right out of the hit. That's going to leave Gary Christopher to run away with it. 692, 187 miles an hour for Christopher. Rob Aston goes 12.831 at 68 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Steve Abbassini over here in the 2003 CBR 1100 XX. I believe on a single run this, so free pass into the second round. hello, as I've seen it getting a bit out of shape, out of the hitch, and gonna back that one out shy of the 8th mile. Best to have these moments, I guess. Well, preferably not at all, but I think better to do here in when you're on a bye run. Of course, I really hope Cycle Drag was able to catch all of that action we just saw. Of course, they are here today covering the race all the way up from Florida. Be sure to subscribe to Cycle Drag on YouTube and like them on Facebook to see all the footage they're going to be collecting throughout the course of the weekend. Cycle Drag, if it's anything fast with 2 wheels, they're in. Considering we just had a new track record set, I think they're very much in for today. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, final call. Final call, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to get down to the staging lanes. Once again, final call to the staging lanes for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We roll back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket eliminations, excuse me, round number 2. Dustin Brewington, the 99 Camaro, trying to get up and around Rob Monroe and the Acadian for Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Auto Body, and will not. Rob Monroe getting the whole shot win. Getting there first ahead of Dustin Brewington. We'll bring out Grant Gordon in the for Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart, dialed into the 1210 Racing John Barrichello, also in the Dodge Haran's Engine Machine. both drivers away on the green. And at the quarter mile, Grant Gordon stays in front of John Barrichello. We'll bring up Ron Walsh in the Chevy Camaro to race Nick Ribello in the NFG Welding Regal. 10:08 to an 11:07. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, we need you to do the staging lane. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. Ross Walker turns on the red light by 0.02 of a second in the Lordco lane, giving Chris Dillon the victory over here TCS side. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Superbike to lane number 1? Superbike, we need you in lane number 1. That's CMDRA Superbike coming up to lane number 1. Hot Rod, you're going to be on standby for round number 2. Pair of green lights for Nick Douglas and Loren Schwartz. Schwartz trying to close into the top end, goes under the dial by 0.09 of a second. 10:09 on the 10:10 dial. Nick Douglas moves to the next round. We'll bring up Andy Klosky to race Craig Johnson. Then the Johnson's Customs Exhaust sold with Bill Cutlass, 13:52 and 11:62. Craig Johnson will get there in front of Andy Klosky by about 6/1000 of a second, so Johnson will move into the next round. We'll bring up Brad Owens, dialed at a 9:68 to race Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon, dialed at a 9:10, and this might turn into a single. And this is going to be a single pass as oh yeah, you can tell Brad Owens a big puddle of something left on the start line there. So Brad Owens is going to back it out, and that's going to be game over, I think, for the Bel Air. So Owen's going to be Dunzo for the day. Sets 100, gets the free pass of the next round. Going to be down for a few minutes here while we clean up the starting line. Back underway shortly with Mal Patterson's Malfunction, Albion, Tyler Acadian, and David Rastad's Malibu. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Super Pro, this is your second call to the staging lanes. Super Pros, second call to the staging lanes. Get on down here so we can run through your second round of eliminations. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Combo, you are on standby. That is Hot Rod 5 and 6, Super Combo on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sylvia Hookstons. Sylvia Hookstons, we have a piece of your Mustang that is with our start line crew. Sylvia Hookstons, we have a part of your car with the start line crew. I'm not sure if it's important or not. You might want to retrieve it though, just in case. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, you're on standby. With another round of Pro and Sportsman complete, we roll into round 1 eliminations for Superbike. Chris Crawford for Black Label Racing Apparel, Wood Pines RV Park, racing against Tom Turan and the Kraken GSXR for Daytona Motorsports. Two green lights. As Turan tries to stay out in front and gets around him. Turan running an 891, 124 miles an hour. Nick Churchill going to be bringing up the Wood Pines RV Resort Black Label Apparel machine. Nothing on file yet for the rider in the Lordco lane. So we work through the Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike categories in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Two green lights, and Lordco lane getting close to the center line, has to lift out, and that'll give a freebie to Neil Churchill. We'll bring up Dana Corkle in the Suzuki for Turbo Bros Red Deer out of Napa, Rimbey, Alberta. Was the 2022 Superbike champion, so the defending champion going up against Bill Aiken out of Kamloops. .931 to a 920 makes this almost a heads-up race. And Corkle breaks out. Bill Aiken going to move on into round number 2. We'll bring up Daryl Storzuk over here, TCS side. Running under the Elite Pro Life Made Easy Home Cleaning Services and Accolade Solutions. Trevor Flight going to be out there in the Trevor Flight Sinister Sane Racing Whole Shot Engine Works machine out of Sherwood. Storzuk gets around Trevor Flight, moves on into round number 2. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to be putting Street and Crazy Eights on standby. Street and Crazy Eights, you're both on standby. As Roger Bouchard was supposed to race against Scott Richardson, this will turn into a comp single. Dustin Hunter going to go up against Rob Hodgson. It is Ford Falcon versus Plymouth. 912 to a 1080 on the dial, and as we roll into Old Car Center Hot Rod. Pair of green bulbs as Hunter tries to charge after Hodgson and gets around him. Dustin Hunter, 3 thou on the tree to Rob Hodgson's 10th. Uses that advantage to make the pass at the quarter mile. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, street, and crazy eights to the lanes. Super shifters, CMDRA street, CMDRA crazy eights to the lanes. Continuing to work through a hot rod, Chris Stone going to get out in front of Sean Lang, the only 0.005 of a second. Gets him that one over the Mach 1 Hustler. Will Brand Brandon Hermson in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, lanes 5 and 6. Super shifters, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Street to 3, crazy 8s to 4. That is street to 3, crazy 8s to 4. Super shifters 5 and 6. Second call. That's going to wrap up Hot Rod here in this one as we get set to roll back into round number 2 of Super Combo Eliminations. Glenn Eagleton brings up the Corvette Specialties Corvette versus Brad Vinci in the BNC Racing Camaro. Both racers using that 1090 index. Eagleton goes red. Brad Vinge will be moving on into the next round. That's going to lead us up into the next pairing here. Herman Chan in the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro and Stefan Vich in the Plymouth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Twin. We need Hot Twin to lane number 3. Hot Twin coming up to lane number 3. That's going to put Pro Bracket back on standby for next round of eliminations. Herman Chan gets the victory by Stefan Vich by only a 1/1000th of a second. Dan Parsons brings out the Quality Racing Duster to race Jerry Epp in the 1966 Ford Mustang. Super Shifters, final call. Final call, Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6. You've been called twice. This is your last call to the staging lanes or we run without you. Warren Jacobson will bring up the Chevy 2. And this will be our last pass here in Super Combo before we roll into Super Shifters. To work into Rich Graves and Scott Winterbottom's run in Super Shifters. Whoa, big wheels up launch for Winterbottom. Time by, move towards the right wall, gets back in it. And gets around and 6th foul goes to Scott Winterbottom. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention licensed and test drivers. Your run that was due to be between Hot Twin and Pro has been canceled. This is in the interest of time. We are going to be passing you over on this rotation. I believe the plan is to still try to get you in at least one more time throughout the rest of the day, but on the interest of time, you are not going to be coming on up for this rotation. So we apologize for any inconvenience on that one. This is, of course, to help us streamline this program and keep things moving. Will Zork trying to stay out in front of John DePort. DePort goes under the dial, and that'll give it to Will Zork for the next run. Gene Kerner brings out the 1965 Mustang to race Steve Braithwaite in the Camaro. Red light start for Kerner as he'll go 19th out red on the tree. That gets set to roll us now into street. They already are. They have been on standby for a while.
Thank you, sir.
For what?
Okay, go ahead.
Tom Terrain going to bring up the 2017 Suzuki GSXR for Daytona Motorsports. Racing Tiffany Main in the Odin MFG Racing on a Harley Davidson. Terrain dialed in at the 867. Tiffany Main dialed in at 1150. Oh, trouble for Tom Terrain as he's going to be unable to get it out of gear and he'll slow. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket lanes 4 and 5. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket coming up to lanes 4 and 5 for your next run of eliminations. Super Gas, CMDRA Super Gas, you are on standby for first round. Bailey Quinn will bring up the Sinister Saints Team Speed and Strength Harley Davidson to be racing Leigh Galpat's Suzuki. 11:32 and 9-second dial in. Way out in front is Quinn. I think Galpat may have underestimated the dial in. Never mind. Absolutely bang on. I'll take that one back and put my foot in my mouth as Leigh Galpat gets him up at the quarter mile. The Harley's got the acceleration off the line, but it can't match the top-end speed of the Suzuki in that race, as we'll bring up Bruce Romack in the Noisy Boy Evil Town Racing Victory motorbike. Dialed in at a 12:54 out of Fort St. John. We'll bring up Logan Boys in the on the Softail Harley for Sinister Saints Racing, and Rewired Strategies from Sask. Dialed in at a 12:60. All the way out from Cardiff, Saskatchewan, coming out to race with us here at Mission Raceway Park. And Logan Boy is going to be going red on the tree. Bruce Romack going to be getting a freebie into the next run. JM brings it up for Sinister Saints Racing and the Night Sister Harley. For Prime Movers Industrial Rigging, dialed in at the 12:50. His opponent at an 11:51. Shane Harder trying to chase after JM's. Gets around him, so Shane Harder going to move on into the next round. That leaves Corey Craig. Down to 9-9 to the race. Ken Morrison in the Madman Racing Trestle Millwork. Kawasaki dialed in on a 1050 from Shawnigan Lake. Corey Craig goes red. Ken Morrison will be moving on into the next round. We move out of the street category and into Crazy Eights. Index, one of two index classes for the CMDRAs. Racing to an 888 index. As I then look in mystical wonder as to how an 888 index can turn to a 982 and a 9. It's a miracle what can happen in the world of drag racing. Anything's possible, clearly. Scott Richardson and Darren Bowman could have finished us out from street. They're not going to finish us out from street, as I'm just going to stop talking. I'm going to go home. It's been a long day. I've been up since 2 a.m. I want to go home. I'm just gonna pack up.
You're too excited to see the final.
Can you blame me? We have a Harley on the property. Scott Richardson gets there first, ahead of Darren Bowman. Phil Regular for Black Label Apparel and Woodpines RV dialed into the 12:20. We'll be racing Mike Rose in the 2000 Suzuki for Rose Bros Racing Fountain Tire, Vinzi Mechanical, Alberta Lithium Batteries, dialed in at 11:29. fire green lights for this run of street bikes. Neil Churchill for Wood Pines RV and Black Label Apparel, trying to chase after Steve Brownlee and the Universal Cycle Yamaha. Gets around him. Neil Churchill moves on to the next round. So, at the risk of making a fool of myself for the 4th time in about a span of 2 minutes, I think we're in Crazy Eights now. Though the fact that the bike starts with a 7 is worrying me somewhat at this point. Tom Duran only going to be breaking the beams here in this one. He is hot lapping that GSXR. So Tom Duran is running in 4 different classes at CMDRA here in this one. So he's going to just break the beams, back out, and just wait for his next class hit to come on up. Fair enough. Fixed index class of an 888 in the Crazy 8 category. Cannot go faster. Both bikes will be trying to play games down the quarter mile to see which one of them can get closer. The other index class is Super Gas. Now, don't be confused. It does not run the 990 index that the NHRA series does. They only run a 970 for their Super Gas categories here in CMDRA. Brain Sheeter going up against Le Gallant in first run of Crazy Eights, and well, this one was decided on the tree. Half a second reaction time for Gallant, caught napping. As Sheeter going to go through and take up the first Crazy Eights victory to round number 2. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Gas. We need Super Gas to lanes 5 and 6, along with Junior Dragsters to 1 and 2, and the Junior Street to lane 3. So that is CMDRA Super Gas to lanes 5 and 6, Junior Thunder to 1, Junior Lightning to 2, Junior Street finalists to 3. You don't often see bikes being refired at the line. Darren Bowman in the Kawasaki waiting on Tim Mack in the BRT Construction GMS Racing Engines Harley from 2008 out of Kelowna. Well, to say Tim Mack got that one on the silver platter is a bit of an understatement, as Darren Bowman caught napping in a new level. 5-second reaction time on the tree. Tim Mack going to move on into the next round. We move into Hot Twin.
We're in the right.
Hot Twin is an ET class for street legal American and metric twin cell in their production motorcycles. It's about as pure as it gets. Tom Turan bringing it up to race Tiffany Main in the Odin MFG Racing Riding the War Pony. Racing all the way out of Edmonton, Alberta, down then at an 11:50. Trying to rip after Tom Duran and get around him for the quarter mile. Does so. Duran goes under the dial-in. Goes under by just 12 thousandths of a second. Tiffany Main moves on to round 2. Bruce Romack was due to be racing Bailey Quinn. Of course, Quinn looks like broke for the racer out of Edmonton, so Bruce Romack gets a free pass into the next round. Steve Brownlee will be bringing it up in the 1983 Yamaha Universal Cycle in Calgary, Alberta. Dialed in at the 12:45, racing Jeremy Lott out of Red Deer, racing a 2023 Harley for Gasoline Alley. Harley Davidson dialed at 12:30. Six thou red for Steve Brownlee. Will give Jeremy Lott another pass into the next round. Next pairing up, JM's. Prim moves in industrial rigging, dialed into the 1260 for the 2010 Harley out of Stonewall, Manitoba. Bring up Loga boys out of Carnduff, Saskatchewan, and the Softail Sinister Saints Racing, Rewire Strategies Racing Harley. And trouble sets in for JM's. Slows shy of the 8th mile mark. And Logan boys. Wait for it. Breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Had it on a silver platter. Goes under the dial by just 4 thou. JM's lucks his way into round 2. Next up will be Phil Regular out of Airdrie, Alberta versus Mike Rose for Rocky Mountain, Alberta. And quarter mile, Mike Rose is going to move on to round 2. Want to once again shout out the sponsors that help to keep the CMDRA in function. Turple Bros, Quality Trophies, Pido Productions, VP Racing Fuels, Southland Power Sports, Lens Performance, and Psycho Wood Pines RV Resort, Honda Extreme Powerhouse Wall Racing, Davis GMC Buick Madison Hat, Universal Cycle BRT Construction, and Sinister Saints Racing. Gonna be down for a moment while we make some last minute preparations for the junior dragsters, and then we will be back up in running order as we continue to work your way through the NHRA Summit T-Series race number 7 and the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Final call, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Final call. Get on down to the staging lanes. Final call, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dave Jung in Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Dave Jung in Sportsman, please report to the staging lanes.
Yes, I saw that. What is it?
Chris Stone brings up the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart Racing Ray Bollinger and the A&A Custom Brokers Just Mechanical Pontiac. Dead heat at the 1,000-foot quarter mile. It'll be Chris Stone getting there ahead of Ray Bollinger. Moves into round number 4. Nick Ribello brings up the NFG Welding Regal to race Craig Johnson in the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Oldsmobile Cutlass. 11:08 to an 11:62. Ribello bringing the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Oldsmobile Cutlass up to play, and Craig Johnson knocks out Nick Ribello. And what a shame, because Ribello was absolutely on top of the dial-in, but Johnson had him bested on the tree. Bring out Nick Douglas and Dustin Hunter. Double breakout gives it to Dustin Hunter, as Nick Douglas, the worst offender, will bring Grant Gordon in the Fork Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart to race Rob Monroe in the ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Autobody 1969 Acadian. Grant Gordon and Rob Monroe racing it down to the quarter mile. And that leaves David Rastad as the bye. We roll into Junior Thunder for a second round of eliminations. Connor Jackson gonna bring it up against, I believe that to be Hunter Gallant over in the Lordco lane. Make that Emily White, TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab over here, TCS side. White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Walco Industries over in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Ashton Katnick races up against Bentley Johnson in the Bubba Speed Shop. Lucas Oil Junior drags it down at an 894. Green light start across the board as Ashton Katnick tries to race after Bentley Johnson. Johnson going to get their first 8.9, 68, 72 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick goes 12.013 at 48. We'll bring up Hunter Thompson and April Bond as Wesley Armstrong gets around Cadence Rodrigue. Pair of 890s here to close out Junior Thunder as Thompson and April Bond gonna do battle. 2 green lights. Aberbon better than Thompson on the tree. Translate that to a race win. Aberbon will move on into the next round of Junior Thunder, which leaves us with Junior Lightning, as Abigail White will bring it up against Lincoln Shirk. $790 for the Lordco Auto Parts Pioneer Truck and Trailer Walco Industries driver over here, TCS lane. $793 for the Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports driver over in the Lordco lane. Lincoln Shirk stays out in front of Abigail White, takes home yet another round win, but still not the trophy on the day. A little bit further yet to go. Is Colton Morin going to bring up Ciel Gagnon? Both drivers dialed at a 791. Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports, TCS side. Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group over on the Lordco side. Ciel Gagnon will be able to best Lincoln Shirk, knocking out the defending champion. Ciel Gagnon moves on to the semifinals. Cassidy Smith will bring up the K&K Excavated Incorporated Junior Dragster to race Lexi Winterbottom in the Hobo Racing Bow Tie Ventures machine out of Langley. Cassidy Smith hightailing up towards the 8th mile as Lexi Winterbottom in hot pursuit. And Smith breaks out, goes half a tenth under the dial and went 860 on the 865 dial. Lexi and Winterbottom will move on to the semis. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nick Douglas in Sportsman. Nick Douglas in Sportsman. We need you in the staging lanes. Nick Douglas in Sportsman. We need you in the staging lanes. So our first final of the day, Peden Industries Junior Street. Tyler Smith bringing it up in the Zap Strap Racing 1500. We'll be racing Taryn Monroe in the Chevy Tahoe 11 to an 1150. Both drivers staged up. We're green for our first final of the afternoon. Tyler Smith trying to get around Tara Monroe. Monroe left with a half-second advantage at the 8th mile. Double breakout. Tyler Smith gonna take home the winner's trophy in Peden Industries Junior Street. And that's going to move us now into Super Gas, running the 970 index.
Whenever they're ready.
We started off with Jeff Pittvee on the 2006 Harley-Davidson for Paido Productions and Whole Shot Engines, going up against Garnet Malin on an 01 Harley for Reds Ring, H. Sard, and Country Choppers. Super Gas running the 970 index for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Of course, Cycle Drag is here on the property today, covering the race all the way up from Florida. So be sure to check out, subscribe to Cycle Drag on YouTube and like Cycle Drag on Facebook to see all the footage they're going to be collecting. Both riders away on green lights, separated by only 5/10 thousandths of a second on the tree, but as problems set in for Garnet Malin, it'll be Jeff Pittvee to move on to the next round, which will be the final against Garrett Price in the Gasoline Alley Harley-Davidson Red Deer, Alberta, number 44. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina, Canada West Doorslammers, Winter Harbor Marina, RV, Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Canada West Doorslammers. Bring them up to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 for a second round of eliminations. We move back into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman for next round of eliminations. Dave Jung bringing it up against Randy Hermsen. Randy Hermsen going to be leaving over a second sooner than Dave Jung. Two green bulbs. Randy Hermsen trying to stay out in front of Dave Jung at the line. Breaks out. Goes under by 9/1000ths of a second. Dave Jung will move into the next round. Sylvia Hookston's on a bye run. As Sylvia Hookston takes the bye run, we'll move to Nick Douglas in the SBB Racing Dodge Dart to race Joanna Rebello in the 1986 Corvette. This is going to set us up for the semifinals in Sportsman. Joanna Rebello off and away first. Here comes Nick Rebello trying to run, or Nick Douglas trying to run him down. Gets around her. Joanna Rebello goes under by 8/10,000ths of a second. 0.008 under the dial. Nick Douglas moves on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley finalists to the lanes. Top Fuel Harley to the lanes. We'll bring you up in lane number 1. Top Fuel Harley to lane 1. So that's going to do it for the time being. We've got some track prep ahead of us as we prep for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Sponsored this weekend by Total Dairy Solutions, along with Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tower and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. Just going to do a bit of track prep, make sure everything's in tip-top shape. For the folks that might be milling around in the pits, now would be a good time to make your way back to the stands. We're about to get them fast cars and bikes back on the race course. I'm going to take this time to put Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme on standby as well. Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme, you are both now on standby. Canada West Doorslammers rolling around the corner as we finally enter round number 2 of eliminations. Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier to be racing Kathy Freeborn in the Comox Valley Bobcat and excavating 1970 Camaro. Got an 853 dial for Freeborn. Will leave well ahead of Paul Stretch and dialed into a 719. Paul Stretch got timed out. No, Paul Stretch did not get timed out. Freeborn left before the tree was ready. Paul Stretch flickered on. The stage ball was on the bottom and Freeborn just left with it. So wind light turns on for Paul Stretch, and I think that's then a victory for Paul Stretch, even though he too left technically before the tree was ready. Mark Schubiner brings up the Wix Fillers Sealed Power Lumina, dialed at a 794. At an 849, it's Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington. For the Illusion Motorsports, Speed Martin and Hoosier the dealer, Pontiac. Both racers hightailing it off and away towards the quarter mile, and at the top end, Mark Schupiner gets around Mike Kenworthy, moves into the next round. Attention into the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme to the staging lanes. Pro Fuel to lane 2, Pro Extreme to lane 3. We're gonna put Pro Bracket on standby. Peter Lacanis burns out the Transport Logistics Corvette, dialed at an 854. Will leave ahead of Pope Freeborn, dialed at 749 for the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Limited Mustang with a Shelby 632 cubic inch engine underneath it. Two green lights, Freeborn in hot pursuit of Lacanis. And breaks out, trying to get around him. Lacanis moves to the next round as Freeborn goes too quick. 746 on the 749 dial. Bring up Derek Shirk in the Dodge Dakota, dialed at a 760. For Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop at JS Performance to race Jay Siverson in the JS Power Sports Chevy 2, down to 735. Both races pre-staged, now fully staged. Oh, but Siverston deep stages, and that's not allowed. Jay Siverston gets disqualified as Derek Shirk moves on to the next round. Siverston bumps the car in too deep. You cannot deep stage in Canada West Doorslammers, and it just bit Siverston big time. Blake Miller in the Searles Auto Repair Camaro dialed at an 836 to Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air dialed at a 781. Both races away on green lights. Dave Warren hightailing it after Blake Miller and gets around him. Warren by 5 thousandths of a second bests Blake Miller. Tom Katnick's been on a very good charge so far all day today in the TK Performance Camaro down to the 755. We'll be going up against Brian Ritchie and the Ritchie Racing Engines Green Light Auto Sales Chevelle at a 793. Light start for Brian Ritchie. Tom Katnick going to move on over into round number 3 of eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. Devin Jansen and Otto Schulte bringing it up back to the lanes. We're going to make the call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you back to lanes 4 and 5. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. As Otto Schulte brings up the still cruising Associated Tire Next Gen here in George Straight Line Collision Cavalier to race Devin Jansen's Nova. Green ones. Here we go. Aldo Schulte trying to hightail it towards the top. Can he get around him? No, he does not. Devin Jansen takes the whole shot win. Gets there first ahead of Otto Schulte. That brings up our final door slammer. Of this rotation, Lane Woolley In the Bucky's Mini Excavating Marcus Family Duster. So with Doorslammers complete, get yourselves to the fence, to the stands, wherever you can see the track. Top Fuel Harleys up for the final. Pete Waugh, Nate Gagnon. One of these riders will walk away with a Top Fuel Harley victory under their belts for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Pete Waugh and Nate Gagnon. Which one walks away the victor? Which one walks home empty-handed? Waugh, TCS side. Gagnon, Lordco side. Waugh's pre-staged. So's Gagnon. Fully staged, here we go! Firing up side by side, up to the quarter mile! And right at the line, Pete Waugh taking the victory. 0.4 of a second over Nate Gagnon. Put your hands together as Pete Waugh wins Top Fuel Harley at the Titanium Strip. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, pro bracket. We're wanting to keep this program moving, so this is your final call, pro bracket to the lanes. And Sportsman, we're calling you to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Pro bracket, this is your final call, lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro and Hot Rod are now going to be on standby. We move into the Pro Fuel semifinals. Aaron Barches for Dynamic Deals and Wayne Lyons in the NCS Multistage KW Machine TNT Wraps Wayne Lyons Weekender Drag Bike out of Black Falls, Alberta. Turns this into the bye run as Wayne Lyons is going to make a run up towards the quarter mile. Oh, getting out of shape again. Moves to the right-hand side for the licensing pass of Wayne Lyons. As this is going to take us, I believe, then into the final of Pro Fuel. Wayne Lyons has not been able to get that bike to hook up at all on his licensing runs, and hopefully he'll be able to have some sort of better luck later on. Maybe today if you can take another licensing stab at it. That moves us into the final then for Pro Fuel. Aaron Barches for Dynamic Deals going against Dave Stickle in the Fast Cat drag bike. Burnouts complete for your final round. Barches, TCS side, Stickle, Lordco side. Both bikes away on green lines. Move to the center line. It's gonna be Barches. He's gonna just get out of the groove, and that's gonna hand it on a silver platter to Dave Stickle, taking the Pro Fuel victory in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Steve Abusini going to bring it up here, TCS side, as we enter Pro Extreme against the man that has absolutely shattered the record for Pro Extreme, Austin Christopher out of Hope. We entered the race today with a 6:59 at 206 miles an hour as the run record for Pro Extreme. Earlier today, Austin Christopher set a 6:51, then eclipsed that with a 6:34 at 216 miles an hour, smashing the ET and the speed records for Pro Extreme. I have a feeling, it's just a hunch, he's gonna win Pro Extreme if he can keep that pace up for the day. Nothing has come close to those speeds on the bike so far. As much as I like Steve Abusini, I got to go where the 216 mile an hour passes are for this one. Abyssini and Christopher both pre-staged. Here we go! Ripping up towards the top end, Abyssini trying to keep in the groove. And it's going to be another blazing pass. 640, 212 miles an hour. Smoke flies on the back of Abyssini's motorcycle as he jams on the brakes just past the quarter-mile mark. And that's going to put us into the next round as we get set to set ourselves up for the final in Pro Extreme. 640 with an 8, 212 miles an hour. That becomes the backup pass for the 634 run earlier today. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. Second call for Super Pro to the staging lanes. Second call for Super Pro to the staging lanes. Garrett Christopher was set to race Matt McKay Smith, but with McKay Smith being broken, that's going to leave it now for Gary Christopher on a solo pass. Garrett Christopher on a good run, full pull, 663, 199 miles an hour. That's going to wrap it up for the Pro Extreme semifinals. We will race into Pro Bracket once again. So attention test and tune and licensing drivers, again in the interest of trying to keep this program moving along, there is no longer any guaranteed test and tune hits or licensing passes available for the remainder of the day. If you want to hang around and wait, there might, I repeat, might be a chance to slip you in at the end of the day, but that is not a guarantee. It is very much tentative. So we will... if you want to hang around and wait, fair enough. Otherwise, we'll see you around next time. Back to Pro. Craig Johnson in the old school Cutlass. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. We need Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. Super Combo, Super Shifters, you are both on standby. Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. Super Combo, Super Shifters, you're both on standby. IST Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Auto Body over there in the Acadian for Rob Monroe Jr. Green lights. As at the quarter mile, it'll be Craig Johnson on a double breakout, 11.614. Chris Stone and David Rastad will be moving up to the line as they set themselves up for their semifinals. We are getting close to being in the semifinals for all classes. I think bar the Doorslammers. Doorslammers, I think, are in their quarterfinals, and then they'll be down to the semis afterwards. David Rastad picks up the front wheels. Chris Stone in hot pursuit. Double breakout on a rare mistake for Chris Stone. And David Rastad takes the one to go to the semifinals. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. We need Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. Once again, Super Combos, Super Shifters, you are on standby. Sylvia Hookstons will go up to race Dave Jung as we roll into the Sportsman semifinals. Oh, trouble sets in for Dave Jung. He'll slow in the Malibu as Sylvia Hookstons gonna power through and take up position into the final. We'll be racing against Nick Douglas in the SBB Racing Dart. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo and Super Shifters, we need you to the lanes. Super Combos, Super Shifters, we need you to the lanes. And Hot Rod, I'm gonna make this now final call for Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, get down to lanes 2 and 3. Super Combo, Super Shifters, you should be on your way now as well. Once again, hot rod, combo, and shifters. We need all three of you down to the lanes. We got nobody there. Super combo, super shifters, hot rod. This is now another call. All three classes back to the staging lanes. Street, Crazy 8, Hot Twin, and Super Gas. You are all on standby. Street, Crazy 8, Hot Twin, Super Gas. You are all on standby. Kevin McNichol, Bests, Dustin Brewington in Super Pro. One of them will face off against John Tabak of the Rad Torque Systems S10 down to the 1048, or Mike Stewart in the Buggy's Mini Excavating Super Chicklet Chevy 2. Double breakout, John Tabak. The worst offender, 18th thou under to Stewart's 9th thou under. Mike Stewart will move on into the final to face off against Kevin McNichol. So as we're just down for a few minutes waiting for some cars, I got a little guest up here in the tower. We've been talking about cycle drags all day long. I think we're covering the CMDRA event, and I think I got the perfect person that can tell you a bit more about all that.
Well, Nolan, thanks a lot. My name is Jack Corpella from Cycle Drag, and I want to thank you. You're doing an amazing job up here on the mic, and the entire staff here at Mission Raceway Park. What is it? The Titanium Strip. I got the right name. But I travel the country. Sometimes I travel the world, especially pre-pandemic. I've been to Australia. I've been to Willowbank. I've been to England. I've been to Santa Pod. I've always heard about how wonderful and how competitive drag racing is up here in Canada. And I'm so happy the motorcycle guys brought me in, because it's been an awesome experience. And the people up here are so nice, so friendly. The surroundings are beautiful. I think you got one of the most picturesque tracks out there. Who else has mountains with snow in the background and a river? I know sometimes we see that in Pomona in like February, but you're not going to see it in June. So this place is really cool. I love it.
I mean, you mentioned that you were here to see bikes with two wheels going fast. Well, you saw a new record set for both the track and, of course, the CMDRA and Pro Extreme as well. So it doesn't get much better than that, I would think.
No, it really doesn't. I got to say big congratulations to 25-year-old young gun Austin Christopher. Unbelievable out there. 634 today, 212 miles an hour. I'm telling you, that number could hang anywhere in the world, and he's doing it on an old school Kawasaki KZ machine with billet cases. It is so awesome to see the motorcycle. And please, fans out there, if you get a chance, we're going to do a full YouTube breakdown that you can find on Cycle Drag YouTube. So look it up on your phone. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to get a whole video out. We also do some Cycle Drag Facebook coverage. There's so many great stories here. For instance, I was just talking to a young lady named Tiff. Okay, it is Tiff's first time at the drag strip, and she is 2-0 today. She's 2-0 in her Harley Davidson out there, doing a great job. She's with the Gasoline Alley team, and they've got it running like clockwork. How about the story with Peter Waugh? Big congratulations to him. I'm sure there's a big party going on in his pits right now after he beat his teammate Nate Gagnon. So many wonderful racers and so much to talk about out here. I loved it, and I found out it doesn't snow all year in Canada, does it? It gets a little hot up here sometimes.
Well, careful with what you say there. We did get our first 5 races of the season rained out because we were a bit too optimistic with our scheduling this year.
Well, I feel your pain, because I live in Clearwater, Florida now, but I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I think you have very similar weather between the two. As motorcycle guys, I was just telling the story, we put the bikes away in October. They don't come back out till Easter, and I see I got to give a big shout out to the Black Label team down there, pickup truck and umbrella. That's what happens in Pittsburgh. You got to break out the umbrella, because like the first hot sun of the year is just going to burn you to the point where you're red as a lobster. Red as the Canadian flag. How about that? But luckily, you put some aloe on that, and maybe you'll be good for the rest of the summer, however long the summer lasts up here.
Yeah, they last until, well, it's dependent. It could be anywhere from May, or it could be as short as June to July. It really depends on what the rain's looking like. We got a lot of heat waves, though, last season. We even had to call off a race last year because it was so hot. I'm hoping it won't be that hot this season, but we've been looking good on weather. We're, I think, now 2 for 2 since we started the season off, so it's looking like it'll be hopefully promising into the coming weeks here.
That's what they do in Florida. They actually shut down in the dead of the summer because it's just too brutal hot. Total opposite weather. I've been up in Buffalo before, right? They can get snow in September, as crazy as it is. So as we know, the sport that we love, it's an outdoor sport. It relies on good weather, and that's one of the reasons why it is so difficult. And for many business owners, there's risk involved, and that's why I tip the cap and appreciate anybody who keeps it going, because as I travel the world, my mantra is, let's keep this sport alive. We're losing too many drag strips. I don't know what you're seeing up here in Canada, but down in the States, we're losing quite a few. There's a lot that didn't make it through the pandemic. Fortunately, we hear news of new ones being built. That's always optimistic, but great tracks like Atlanta Dragway, West Palm, Kansas International Dragway, Fontana down there in California by the NASCAR track, all unfortunately gone by the wayside. So what you guys are doing here, I'm a fan of. I admire. Every one of you competitors here deserves a big pat on the back, and all you fans in the stands deserve a pat on the back. So, Nolan, I'm going to let you get back to calling this great racing action. But again, guys, please follow me on Cycle Drag YouTube, Cycle Drag Facebook. If you get a chance, pull out that phone. I'm even on Cycle Drag TikTok. I thought I was too old for TikTok, but Cycle Drag YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Thanks a lot, Nolan. I appreciate you.
We appreciate, obviously, Cycle Drag being out here to catalog all the action that we've been seeing so far over the course of the day. And we'll wish you, of course, the best of luck in your trip down to Florida after this race concludes here today. Herman Chan brings it up as we roll back into Super Combo for the semifinals to race Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. Both racers on the Super Street Index. And 6th out red for Herman Chan gives this first one to Dan Parsons. Next up, going to be Warren Jacobson of the Chevy 2, racing Brad Vinci in the 1968 BNC Racing Camaro. Once again on the Super Street Index. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to be calling Crazy Eights, Street, Hot Twin, and Super Gas all to the lanes. Street, Crazy Eights, Hot Twin, Super Gas, all to the lanes. Junior classes, you're on standby. Warren Jacobson gets there on a double breakout. Will face off against Dan Parsons in the final for Super Combo. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. CMDRA Street, Crazy Eights, Hot Twin, Super Gas. You have all been called back to the staging lanes. And Junior Dragsters, you are on standby as of right now. We roll into the BC McLeod Super Shifter semifinals. Steve Braithwaite brings up the 1969 Chevy Camaro dialed at a 1061 out of Victoria. Will race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2 dialed at a 925. To the right-hand side with Scott Winterbottom out of the gates. powers through it though, and will make the pass as Scott Winterbottom will move to the final. Will face off against Will Zorick. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need junior dragsters to lanes 4 and 5. Junior dragsters lanes 4 and 5. Thunder to 4, Lightning to 5. Thunder to 4, Lightning to 5. Dustin Hunter brings the Ford Falcon against Rob Monroe's Gibson Racing Transmissions Horizon Autobahn ST Performance Acadian. Double red light. Rob Monroe, the lesser offender, only 11th thou red on the tree, moves into the next round. And we're also going to make that call. Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, 15-minute standby call. Doorslammers, 15 minutes standby call. We're going to call Superbike as well to the lanes. Superbike, get on up here to the staging lanes. As we work our way through the program tonight, Chris Stone will go up against Randy Hermsen. Just want to see which one of them will race in the final. And it'll go the way of Chris Stone as Randy Hermsen goes under the dial. Went 13-13 on the 1360 dial. Chris Stone moves on. Here, motorcycles firing up behind the timing tower here as we continue to advance our way through. We roll into street bikes. Tiffany Main and Ken Morrison going to go up together in the lowrider Harley Davidson for Odin MFG Racing. Ken Morrison from Admin Racing, Trestle Millwork out of Shawnigan Lake on the Kawasaki. As the two street bikes fire down the racetrack. And it'll be Ken Morrison to get there first as Tiffany Main goes 6th thou under the dial-in. Bring up Scott Richardson out of Markerville, Alberta in the Suzuki. Shane Harder racing up with Scott Richardson. Whoa, hello, carry the front wheel! Having to slam that thing back down. That thing was going over backwards. Scott Richardson really hiking up that front wheel as he tried to pop that thing up and over. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Superbike, we need Superbike. Back to the staging lanes, please. Superbike, we need you back in the staging lanes. Bruce Romack and Leigh Galpat going head to head. And Galpat bumped through the beams. So Bruce Romack gonna get a freebie. We'll bring up Neil Churchill in the Wood Pines RV Black Label Apparel, dialed into the 938 here at TCS side. Lordco side will be Mike Rose on the Suzuki for Rose Bros Racing, Fountain Tire, Venzi Mechanical, Alberta Lithium Batteries as well. Both riders away, and Mike Rose went through the beams, left before the tree was ready. Neil Churchill free pass to round number next. We move into Crazy Eights. The battle of the 888 Index. Tom Turan and Brad Sheeter racing on the Triple S Racing Universal Cycle Suzuki. Tom Turan bringing up the Daytona Motorsports GSXR Kraken over in that TCS lane. Red light start, Tom Turan, as Sheeter will get a free pass to the next round. We'll bring up Tim Mack, the BRT Construction GMS Racing Engines machine. We roll into Hot Twin. There's a lot of these bikes, you can tell, hot lapping and double classing. Many still in competition. Tiffany Main on the by run. JMs for Prim Movers and Industrial Rigging, dialed at a 1250. Will bring it up to the lane with Mike Rose.
You guys know that lady has like
For Fountain Tire Rocky, down in the 1129. Both riders off on green lights. And it'll be winner, JMs. As we continue to work our way through. Bring up Bruce Romock once again. Racing Jeremy Lott. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, report back to the staging lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you back in the staging lanes for the next round of eliminations. Double breakout, Bruce Romock will be the next one moving forward. 10th thou under for Romock, where Jeremy Lott was 37th thou under. We roll into Superbike, where Tom Turan has a shot of redemption. Just red lit in Hot Twin, looking to fix that up here in Superbike. And, well, I guess that's about as redemption you can get. It's a buy run, so you can't do no wrong. Daryl Storzak once again coming on up in the Leak Pro Life Made Easy and Accolade Solutions Suzuki to be racing Bill Aiken out of Kamloops here in Superbike. Storzak dialed in at an 852, Bill Aiken on a 920. Red light start for Bill Aiken. Daryl Storzak will move into the next round. As that brings up Scott Richardson and Neil Churchill for the Woodpines RV Resort Black Label Apparel 2008 ZX10R out of Pigeon Lake, Alberta. A couple of riders out of Alberta here, one out of Markerville. Scott Richardson takes the wind light as Neil Churchill goes slower. Richardson 0.165 on the margin of victory there. We'll move to the next group. Super Gas, Garrett Price and Jeff Pitvey. Gasoline Alley, Harley Davidson out of Red Deer, Alberta here for Garrett Price, Jeff Pitvey for Peden Productions and Whole Shot Engines. Both riders on a 970. This will be the final for Super Gas. Price versus Pitvey for all the marbles here in Super Gas for the final. Both riders away on green lights. Jeff Pitvey out in front and double breakout will throw it back the way of Garrett Price. 0.152 under the dial for Garrett Price, 0.236 for Jeff Pitvey. Garrett Price, your Super Gas winner in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association event here at the Titanium Strip. Move into semifinals for junior dragsters. Connor Jackson and Bentley Johnson. Oh, sorry, this... No, this is a semifinal in Junior Thunder. TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab down in at 899 over here. TCS lane. Lordco lane holds Bentley Johnson for the Bubba Speed Shop. Lucas Oil Products 895. Both races away on green lights. Connor Jackson, 9 thousandths of a second, will go through to the final round, knocking out Bentley Johnson. Bring up April Bond over here, TCS side, trying to go for the weekend sweep. Wesley Armstrong for the Fountain Tire Seat to Sky. Junior drags out of Chilliwack, racing at 12:38 to Bond's JBS Equipment 898. Two green lights. April Bond hunting down Wesley Armstrong. Does Wesley make it to the final? Yes, he does. Bond went too quick. .032 went 894 on the 898 dial. Wesley Armstrong faces off Connor Jackson in the final. That brings up the Junior Lightning semifinal. Ciel Gagnon for Rad Torque Systems of the Titanium Auto Group on a freebie to the final. So if anybody's feeling a little bit peckish out there, concession stand will be closing in 5 minutes. Half track snack shack will close it in 5 minutes. And as as peckers as I'm feeling right now, I'm not going to be able to get down there in time. So feel free to eat some burgers or some chicken nuggets at my expense. It'll be either Lincoln Shirk for the Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports, Junior Dragster, or Lexi Winnebago for the Hobo Racing Bowtie Ventures Junior Dragster to face off against CL Gagnon in the final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Fuel to lane 4. We need Pro Fuel to lane number 4. And Pro Bracket on standby. And we're going to call Pro Extreme to lane 5 as well. So Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme finalists, come on up to lanes 4 and 5. Light start for Lincoln Shirk. Turns on the red ball by 0.02 of a second. Lexi Winnebago will be facing off against CL Gagnon in the final. Believe that's going to lead us into Canada West Doorslammers, Winter Harbor Marine and RV. Canada West Doorslammers, I see one of them parked around the corner. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Extreme and Pro Fuel, we've called you both back to the lanes. Pro Extreme, Pro Fuel, this is your next call to the staging lanes. Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro, you're all on standby. We roll into Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers. It'll be Mark Schupener in the Wix Filler Sealed Power Lumina, dialed at a 794. Racing Peter Lacane is in the Transporters Logistics Corvette, dialed at an 855. Want to make a quick announcement. We do have trophies and checks available up here, second floor of the Timing Tower, for all classes, both today and yesterday. So for the bracket classes, you do have checks and trophies available for both yesterday and today. Coming up second floor of the Timing Tower, we'll be happy to get you sorted. Two green lights. Mark Schumann trying to race it up towards the quarter mile. Get around Peter Lacanis. Will he do it? No! Lacanis again gets his way into the next round. That's going to put him to the semis now. Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme. This is your third call. We've called you 3 times now. You should be in the staging lanes by now. Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme. We need you both in the staging lanes now for your finals. Paul Stretch. Racing the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier, dialed at a 719 to race Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air, dialed at a 780. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bracket to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Pro Fuel, Pro Extreme. Get down to the staging lanes. We have your finals to run. $719 and the 780. Both racers pre-staged. Translate that to fully staged and both away on green lights. And it'll be 7.8771 for Dave Warren to move into the semis. That'll bring up the next pairing of Derek Shirk. Oh, I don't even think we're going to be in the semifinals. I think we're going into the quarterfinals. Derek Shirk bringing up the Dodge Dakota. Over here in the TCS lane. For Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop and JS Performance, out at a 755. Lane Woolley bringing up the Marcus Family Duster for Bucky's Mini Excavating, down at a 789. Attention once again to the pits. Pro Bracket. We're calling Pro Bracket to the lanes. Pro Bracket, we need you in the staging lanes. racer's off and away. Shirk trying to chase down Lane Woolley. Can he get around him? No, he does not. Shirk finally eliminated as Lane Woolley moves into the semis. Bring up Tom Katnick in the Camaro over here. TCS side. We'll race Devin Jansen in the Nova. Dialed at an 8:56. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we still need pro bracket back to the lanes. And we're gonna make that call for Super Pro as well. Pro bracket and Super Pro to the lanes. Katnick hightailing after Devin Jansen. And this time it's not enough. By 8 thousandths of a second, Devin Jansen will move into the next round as Katnick got a better reaction time on the tree, but just couldn't put it together up at the quarter mile. That'll wrap up our next round of Canada West Doorslammers. We've called Pro Bracket and Super Pro back to the staging lanes. Pro and Super Pro back to the staging lanes. And Sportsman. We're going to call Sportsman back to the lanes as well. Sportsman to the staging lanes. Super Combo and Super Shifters, you should be on standby. Be ready for that call. We're going to be calling you up pretty quickly here.
If they're not here. And it shows a picture.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have quite a few people, of course, that are out here this weekend, and they are, of course, from all over the country. Don't just have people here in BC. We got people from Washington. We've got people from Florida. We've got all the way out from Alberta to Saskatchewan to Manitoba. We have something from a Saskatchewan resident here, and I'm going to make this call now. Frederick Gallagher, we have your wallet up here with us in the timing tower, so I would recommend you come on down and pick that up before you make your trip back towards Saskatchewan today. So once again, that is Frederick Gallagher. We have your wallet with us here up in the timing tower. Just come on up to the second floor. We'd be more than happy to return that to its rightful owner. Dustin Hunter brings up the Ford Falcon as we roll into the Pro Bracket semifinals. David Rastad sitting just behind. .1202 to a 911 dial. One of these racers will face off against Craig Johnson in the final. Two green lights. Dustin Hunter trying to charge after David Rastad. Closes too quick, goes under the dial. David Rastad, and it'll be him versus one Craig Johnson for the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes, Sportsman to the lanes. We need Sportsman to the lanes. We're gonna call Hot Rod and Sportsman to the lanes once again. As Hot Rod and Sportsman to the lanes. Attention, all CMDRA classes. All CMDRA classes, you are now on standby. Once again, that is all CMDRA classes, you are on standby. Super Shifters, we need you in the lanes as well. And Super Combo. Kevin McNichol bringing it up against Mike Stewart for the Rag Torque Systems Super Pro Final. The Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chicklet is pre-staged, as is the Ken Specialty Auto Titanium Auto Group Chevrolet. Two green lights. It is 8/10,000ths of a second reaction time on the tree from McNichol. That's going to translate to a win by 9/1000ths of a second. Kevin McNichol wins in Rag Torque Systems Super Pro. We move into the Sportsman final. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman final round. Sylvia Hookston's over in the right lane in the 1966 Ford Mustang. Dialed in at a 1283. Going up against Nick Douglas in the SBB Racing Dodge Dart. We'll be racing with an 1173 dial. Both racers pre-staged. Sylvia Hookstins bumps in. Nick Douglas follows us suit. 2 green lights. The Dart chasing after the Mustang. Closing at the 8th, closing at the 1,000th foot. Gets around her at the quarter mile. Sylvia Hookstins going under the dial in. Went 12:56 of the 12:83 dial. Nick Douglas wins Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We'll bring it up for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. The next final of the day. Both drivers racing on the Super Street Index. Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2. Racing Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. Two green bulbs once again. This will be another race for the quarter mile. Warren Jacobson down from Dan Parsons on the tree. Double breakout though. We'll give it right back. Warren Jacobson powers through, only 19th thou under the dial to Dan Parsons, 58th thou under that 1090 index. Warren Jacobson clinches super combo for Lordco Auto Parts. And at long last in Pro Extreme. Quality Trophies Pro Extreme, it all comes down to Gary and Austin Christopher. Attention all CMDRA classes that are still in competition, Crazy Eights, Hot Twin, and more. Come on down to the staging lanes. CMDRA classes, we're going to get all of you down to the staging lanes. We are putting Doorslammers on a standby call. So Doorslammers, get yourselves ready. We're going to be calling you up in short order. Whenever they're ready, come on down. So Doorslammers in particular, come on down as soon as physically possible once you are ready, so we can run through your semifinals. Two of the fastest machines on the property, both on 2 or 4 wheels. Gary Christopher set a personal best in a private testing session earlier on in 2022, near the end of the year, back in November. Austin Christopher, meanwhile, shattered the Pro Extreme record with a 6:34 at 216 miles an hour. And now they will go head to head. Burnout's complete. Expect a pair of 200-mile-an-hour plus runs here for the final. Gary Christopher pre-stage, as is Austin Christopher. For all the marbles, green lights are down. Red lights start for Gary Christopher. It goes the way of Austin, and it's another new record. 6.2997, 220 miles an hour. It's another shattered record, the third in a row for Austin Christopher. Takes that one home. There is nothing that can beat the racer out of hope. Gary Christopher will settle for second, running a 6:36 at 207 miles an hour. And Austin Christopher, 6.2997, 220.91 miles an hour. Mark the date. You've just seen history. We fire up junior dragsters behind the timing tower for the two final times. 2 junior finals to go, racing up to the 8th mile. As this is the Junior Thunder semi-finals. Connor Jackson over here, TCS side. Wesley Armstrong in the Lordco lane. Scratch that. This is the Junior Thunder final now for Connor Jackson and Wesley Armstrong. Green lights across the board. Connor Jackson chasing down Wesley Armstrong. Can he get there to the line? Breaks out Wesley Armstrong to victory lane in Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Finally, Wesley Armstrong will find his way to victory lane in Peden Industries Junior Thunder as Connor Jackson goes 82 thou under the dial-in. We bring up Junior Lightning. The Junior Lightning final. between Lexi Winterbottom and Ciel Gagnon. The 790s heads up race. Attention, driver number 6241 in Super Shifters. Back to your vehicle immediately, please. 6241 in Super Shifter. Scratch that. We'll let you watch the Junior Lightning final. We've solved the mystery. Lexi Winterbottom and Ciel Gagnon. Dead heat up towards that 8th mile mark. Which one of them's gonna take it? It'll be Ciel Gagnon making the one to take the Junior Lightning final. Lexi Winterbottom, 0.03 of a second under the dial. As Ciel Gagnon makes another victory in Junior Lightning. The pits, once again, Canada West Doorslammers. As soon as you are ready, please make your way back to the staging lanes. As soon as is physically possible, please come back to the staging lane so we can continue to run through the final stages of our program here today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. As we get set first off to run this hot rod final. Lights are down. Rob Monroe and Chris Stone hightailed up towards the top end of the racetrack. On your last pass in hot rod of the afternoon. Breakout from Monroe by 4th hour. Chris Stone takes victory in Old Car Center hot rod. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daryl Tippy, please report to the winner's circle. You can get a photo taken with your car. Daryl Tippy to the winner's circle so we can get yourself a photo of your car. And of course, all juniors, you swing on down for your victory lane photos as well. We move to the Super Shifters final. Will Zorick will be racing, dialed in at 11:08 at Langley. Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2, racing at a 9:25. Red light start, Will Zorick. 3, Thou Red on the tree as Scott Winterbottom pulled hard to the right. Scott Winterbottom takes the victory in BC McLeod Super Shifters. So we break from the finals action to move into Superbike semifinals. Scott Richardson turns on the red bulb out of Markerville, Alberta. The Suzuki will see Tom Turan move into the Superbike final. Bring up Daryl Storzuk, who will face off against Tom Turan in the final. Oh, and that's not healthy. As Daryl Storzuk back. Try. There we go. About fifth time's the charm. I think that was eventually there. Runs through a 12.885, 151 miles an hour. That'll take us up now to the Crazy 8 final. Turbo Bros Crazy 8. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Bracket finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Brad Sheeter on the 2006 Suzuki for Triple S Racing and Universal Cycle will race Tim Mack at the BRT Construction GMS Racing Engines 2008 Harley Davidson. Tim Mack rolls through the beams, and that'll give it up. Oh, hello. Way to the center line, crossed the center line. And, well, that'll give an easy win there to Brad Sheeter on a bit of a messy final there for Tim Mack. It'll be the driver out of Cochrane, Alberta, though, to take the Super 8, or the Crazy 8's final. Bruce Romack and Ken Morrison hightailing it down the racetrack. Ken Morrison moved into the final. Neil Churchill for Woodpines RVM Black Label Apparel dialed at a 938. Scott Richardson will bring up the Suzuki dialed at a 985. Oh, once again carrying the front wheels for Churchill. Slams down, trying to rip after Richardson. Not going to get there. He'll lift out before the quarter-mile mark. Scott Richardson will move on to the final to face off against Ken Morrison. JMs brings up the Prim Movers and Industrial Rigging Harley as we move into Hot Twin semifinals. Tiffany Main going to go just up behind. 2 green lights. Tiffany Main trying to get up and around JMs and doesn't. JMs will move to the final to face off against the rider over in the Lordco lane, Bruce Romack. We move into Canada West Doorslammers semi-finals. Closing in on the end of today's running. For the handful of you still left in the stands, thank you for spending all this time, and thank you for all your patience, and you've been treated to some amazing final round action. Devin Jansen will bring up the Nova. And Dave Warren of the Blue Max Bel Air will take it up in the Lordco lane. Jansen pre-staged, so is Warren. Both racers now fully staged. Kevin Jansen squirrely a little bit around there on the pitch and breaks out at the top end. Dave Warren will go through. Jansen running an 856 on the 860 dial. Will bring up Lane Woolley in the Marcus family Bucky's Mini Excavating Duster versus Peter Lacanis in the Transport Logistics Corvette. One of them will face off against Dave Warren in the final. Two green bulbs. Lane Woolley trying to hunt down Peter Lacanis. This is to get into the final against Dave Warren. Lacanis outlasts another 6,000ths of a second. Will give it to Peter Lacanis. It'll be Lacanis versus Warren in the Doorslammer final. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Final. Craig Johnson and the Johnson's Customs Exhaust 1986 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Racing against David Rastad in the Malibu. And we're going to shut them off. We got oil on the racetrack. So start line crew is going to go out, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. We can get things back on the way shortly, and we can wrap up tonight's program. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All CMDRA finalists back to the staging lanes. All finalists back to the staging lanes as soon as physically possible. All finalists back to the staging lanes. Once again, Johnson dialed in 1156. David Rastad, a 1202. Two green bulbs. Johnson trying to run down David Rastad before the quarter-mile mark. Will he get there? Win light. Craig Johnson takes another one in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. So Craig Johnson will move on, and he will take himself another trophy to put on the wall. So attention once again down in the down to the pits. We do have checks available for racers here in this one. So once again, racers from yesterday and today, we do have checks that are fully available and ready for you. Attention juniors, we have some starter motors that have been left around near the starting line. So take a look around your pit area. If you've left a junior starter motor around the pit area, come on down and collect it, or in the words of Kevin S., he might sell it on eBay. So go on down, get your starter motor back up. It'll be around the starting line area. Attention, Ross Walker and Lexi Winterbottom. We're not sure if you're still on the property, but if either Ross Walker and or Lexi Winterbottom are still on the property, there are some items up here at the timing tower from last season that we'd like to hand out to you. So Ross Walker and Lexi Winterbottom, if you're still on the property, we have some items up here that you might be interested in. If not, that's fine. We'll wait around till next race. So we got the final here in street. Scott Richardson dialed at a 988 out of Markerville, Alberta. 2 green lights. We rip it up towards the top end. Scott Richardson not going to get there. The rider in the Lordco lane going to make that move for the final as Scott Richardson goes under the dial. 10 thousandths of a second under. Give it up for the rider in the Lordco lane. Pits, attention in the pits. Bruce Romack, Daryl Storzuk. We are waiting for both of you in the stage lanes for your finals. That is Bruce Romack and Daryl Storzuk. We are waiting on both of you in the stage lanes to run your finals. JMs brings up the Prim Movers and Industrial Rigging Harley Davidson out of Stonewall, Manitoba, dialed in at a 12:50. Bruce Romack in the Noisy Boy, Evil Twin Racing Scarlet Victory motorcycle, dialed in at a 12:35 for the Hot Twin final. Two green lights racing up towards that quarter-mile mark. And the winner of Hot Twin is JM's Bruce Romack, going under the dial by 0.03 of a second. 12:34 with the 6 on a 12:35 dial. JM's your winner in Hot Twin. That brings us into the Superbike final, where Tom Turan in the GSXR Kraken for Daytona Motorsports will be racing it up with Daryl Storzuk for Life Made Easy, Accolade Solutions, and Leak Pro. $848 for Daryl Storzuk over here, TCS side. Tom Turan, $874 in the Lordco side. Two green lights on both riders were off and away, but problem set in for Tom Turan out of the hitch. Daryl Storzuk blitzes away with the Superbike final, and Turan can only watch as a win slips away. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have but one more final to run. Canada West Doorslammers, as soon as possible, make your way back to the staging lanes. You are the last final we have yet to run before we shut things down for the CMDRA weekend. As we await our final pass of the day, I want to once again remind all the folks still on the property, of course, to come on out in 2 weeks from now, where we'll be having our next runs of the NHRA Summit ET Series, races 8 and 9, as well as the National Hot Rod Diesel Association will be coming on out to play on Friday and Saturday nights, qualifying Friday night, eliminating on Saturday. And then, of course, next week as well, it'll be more action for the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals here on the Titanium Strip. And a bit further on throughout the month of June, tracking forward, seeing what's all ahead. We'll be looking to wrap out the month with another Mopac Auto Supply Street Legal on June 23rd. And then, of course, Door Wars from the 29th all the way through to July 2nd. So lots of action coming on up as we get set to go racing into the summer months here at the Mission Raceway Park. It's a whole lot to definitely look forward to as we'll continue to kind of keep things moving along. Engines fire up behind the timing tower. We get set to go racing one final time here at the Titanium Strip and Mission Raceway Park. It is the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Peter Lacanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette, racing Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air. Lucanis will leave first with an 8:55 in the left lane. Warren will leave about 3/4 of a second after, dialed at a 7:85. It's a red light start for Dave Warren. Peter Lucanis gonna take his Transport Logistics Corvette to victory lane. 4/1,000ths of a second red for Dave Warren. And folks, that is gonna do it for us here from the Titanium Strip of Mission Raceway Park. We've got one more test pass that'll be headed down the racetrack. But for now, for myself, Noel Rambo, want to thank everybody for being able to take the time to come on out and race with us here at Mission Raceway Park. And on behalf of the Mission Raceway staff, as well as the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association, we will end this night on a high. What an event it's been. And we'll see you all in 2 weeks for races 8 and 9 of the NHRA Summit ET Series, and for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association on Friday and Saturday nights, as well as next week for more racing in the Friday Night Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals.